A sequel for God of War was not always guaranteed to happen. The team clearly wanted to make a second game, but in case they never got the chance, they gave the first game a conclusive ending, with enough room for a follow-up to happen. Many people agree that God of War 2 is an improvement in every regard over the first game, and I mostly agree. But there is one thing that this game does undeniably worse. I'll let you guess what that is for now. In my review of the first game, I spent a great deal of time refuting claims from other videos, like how the combat is very basic, the main character and antagonists are very shallow, things of that nature. They really aren't targeted to just the first game, and thus my arguments could be made in an analysis video of any of these games. Those claims will come up again in this video, but I have gone out of my way to make this a different experience from my last video, which leads me to my main point. I have seen some people say that God of War 2 is simply the first game, but better. Now, on the surface, that sounds like a good thing, but it's usually meant to say that not much changed from the first game to this one. I'm going to show you that that is not the case, that both of these games offer a unique experience from one another that warrants playing both and not just sticking with two because it's just better. I am going to cover every aspect of this game in as much detail as I find necessary. I am not a pro at this game, but I did do my homework for this review. I have seen multiple challenge runs on this game. I have watched a very good combat guide on the trilogy. I have played this game many times in prep just for this review. And just like last time, I went on the hardest difficulty to prove a point. That despite what almost every review on these old games may say, you can in fact not just spam the buttons at the enemies to get by. This is only my second time playing on this difficulty, but thanks to all the prep that I did, and the knowledge I have gained through watching other people play this game, and the multiple playthroughs I did on the first game, I have gotten a lot better at God of War in general. Speaking of the PS2, even though I haven't mentioned it yet, I am once again playing this off of a real PlayStation 2. I am not playing the PS3 collection version, and I am not emulating the game. I did this for a few reasons. 1, because I like to be as authentic as possible. 2, when I bring up footage of the first game, I don't want there to be a drastic difference in aspect ratio and video quality. And 3, I wanted to present the cutscenes in their original aspect ratio with no cropping at all, just like I did in my first video. Also, I wanted to show off the capability of the original port to render in a much higher quality than what you might think the PS2 is capable of. There is this trick you can do by holding L1, L2, L3, and square and circle button as the PlayStation logo goes away when you're booting up the game. I saw this in a video a few years ago, and in that video, they claimed that the PS2 was rendering in 720p. I don't know if that is actually true, if it's actually in HD, but the video is definitely in a higher quality. So something is definitely happening here. I split the video into different sections just like last time, and also just like last time, all the timestamps are in the description for easy access. Some segments act as continuations to other segments even though they don't directly follow those ones. I try not to repeat myself too much in the video, but I also made it in a way where if you just watch one section in isolation, you can kind of get what I'm talking about. I also tried to make this in a way where you don't actually need to watch my first review, but it would help if you do watch it beforehand. So if you haven't, you should, but if you aren't going to, it's not that big of a deal. However, you will be missing out on the best retrospective on that game according to Mr. Gameplays himself, so there is that. Before we start this video, I just want to say that I am thankful for all the people that watched the last video, both in the live when it was premiering and after the fact. I put a month of work into that video. It's the longest video I had worked on up to that point, and it was really worth it watching the response from all the people that watched it live. I'm also very flattered whenever one of you go out of your way to tell me how much you like that video or another one of mine. This video, the one that you're watching right now, is unironically my most anticipated thing I've made ever. I've had a lot of people ask me when this was being made, if I was working on it, what was my plans for it, so yeah, hopefully the wait was worth it. I'm sorry for taking so long to get to this game. I really wasn't planning on taking this long, but it just kind of happened. And I was also a bit burnt out from the first review. And spoilers, I'm definitely burnt out again after this one. It feels pretty good to have some sort of effect on the community with my work.
Let me be clear, this game was never difficult on normal, at least for me. Really, the only frustrating parts of fights in this game were the occasional tendency to get stun locked for a few extra hits if you get knocked down, and that's really the main thing that's magnified if you decide to play on hard or the post-game god mode difficulties, essentially forcing you to only use the most basic combos lest you be interrupted by an endless barrage of poke attacks. Between this and higher difficulties pumping up enemy health across the board, surprisingly, even the most diehard of God of War 1 fans online aren't gatekeepy. Even they say that you should absolutely avoid playing on higher difficulties since it's more a test of patience than any sort of higher level combat mastery.
Well, I guess it's not that big of an impact as I would have liked. The game starts us off on the throne we took last time, alongside the women from the boat ride from the last game. Hi ladies. Keep them away from any vases, they like to break those. Here, I'll let Gaia explain things.
By defeating Ares, Kratos, the once mortal warrior, became the new god of war. However, Kratos soon found himself alone on Olympus, shunned by his fellow gods. But Kratos had no need for the love of petty gods. He had found a new family in the warriors of Sparta, gaining solace from his past in the carnage of battle.
My lord, Kratos! Another city is ready to fall! Soon all shall know the glory of Sparta!
Enough, Kratos! With every city you destroy, the wrath of Olympus grows. Soon I will no longer be able to protect you.
I need no protection.
Do not forget that it was I who made you a god, Ghost of Sparta. Do not turn your back on me.
I owe you nothing.
Then you leave me no choice.
Kratos had turned the pain of his memories into hatred. Hatred for the gods, who had refused to free him from the nightmares of his past deeds. And so he went to Rhodes to deliver the final blow to the besieged city.
Athena! You conspire against me! Athena! You will suffer for this!
After a much clearer introduction from what we got in the last game, we are thrusted into combat. And so are you in this video. Combat is identical to the way it was in the last game, so I'm just going to redirect you to my first video instead of talking about combat at all in this review. Alright, the stupids have left, it's just us big brains now. It's pretty sad how many times I've seen people say something to that effect, but it happens.
God of War 2, intro stuff, combat has problems. Let's skip the bitching and get straight to the story because I think I've made my point by now. There's little difference between this game and the first, and I didn't have all that much fun.
The combat system in God of War 2 is identical to the first game, and for good reason, as that was basically perfect. Kratos has a few new moves here and there, and basically sort of replacing last ones or tweaking them a bit. But in large part, it's exactly the same. But in large part, the combat is exactly the same as before, and that's really a great thing because I can't see how they could have gotten any better anyway. So yeah, there's nothing new here, but again, it was already perfect.
Now, God of War 2 is basically the same game as God of War 1, and that was a bit of a complaint with the series as it went on. It kind of started to suffer what we might think of as Ratchet and Clank syndrome, where the games never exactly dropped in quality exactly, but they started to run out of tricks, and things got a bit same old after a while.
While this was a very grand opening, visually, a whole lot hasn't changed. I mean, there was a 2-year time gap between the two games, so that could explain that. But gameplay-wise as well, they didn't do a lot to his core moveset, as you start the game with everything fully upgraded just as you ended off the last one.
Combat is more similar than it is different if we're comparing these games, but there is enough differences from last time that warrants talking about. This is a sequel after all, so things feeling and looking similar isn't that surprising. However, the options that were given and taken away make these two games different. There are things in this game that I prefer over the first game. There are things here that are missing from the first game. God of War had a fluidity to its movement and combat, while this game seems to have a much stronger sense of power. Moves feel more impactful and godlike, but we lost some sense of grace that was in the first game. Both from a gameplay perspective and in narrative context, the first game has you play as a mortal trying his hardest to face up to the challenge, and managing to do so because of his skills in combat. While in this game you are a former god ripping through things that are in your way, mostly through sheer force. This means that Santa Monica didn't just go ahead and make their first game obsolete. There is a unique experience to be had from both of these games. In a time where hack and slash God of War games are no longer being made, I appreciate this fact. It means that there is a legitimate reason to go back to either of these games and not just stick with the second one. Really, the only moves that are exactly the same are the basic ones you do with the heavy and light buttons. 5 squares ending in the slash, changing the last input to a triangle to do a heavy slam, square, triangle, all that stuff is the same. So when people say that God of War 2 is more of the same, this might be why. If you don't engage with the other parts of the combat system and just spam the light attack button, then yes, things are practically the same. However, that's not the only thing you can do, and it's definitely not the only thing that you should be doing. You can still block most attacks, though landing while holding the block button in this game will have Kratos unblock for a fraction of a second, and that can get you hit. You still get red orbs from killing enemies, and you can do a QTE kill to get a special reward. What's different about this are a few things. The game ditched the whole strange red orb bar that was on the HUD and now just shows you the actual numbers of the red orbs. I haven't actually played the game for myself as I'm writing this or as I'm recording this, but it turns out that the reason why that system existed in the first God of War game was because that's a system that existed in Onimusha, the game that inspired God of War 1. I don't know if it makes more sense in that game, or if it's equally as confusing why, but that's why it's there, I guess. QTE executions are back, and with new enemies comes a lot of new executions. However, the way these rewards work now has been completely changed and is made a lot less interesting in my opinion. In the first game, on the PS2 version specifically, meaning not on the PS3 port, if you had 10 or more hits on the hit counter and went for a QTE kill, you would get an additional 20 red orbs for doing it. If you did not have at least 10 hits on the hit counter, you would not get any red orbs at all, just green or blue ones depending on what enemy you killed. This meant that sometimes doing a QTE wasn't worth it at all. If you were already at full health, there was no reason to get green orbs out of the situation instead of red ones just by killing them normally. Same goes for magic, but if you were good enough at the game, you could get both types of orbs by just playing well enough. It was an interesting system that kept you engaged. It stopped you from doing the same thing over and over again. Here though, we get a special kill descriptor that gives us more red orbs regardless of the hit counter. Not only that, but enemies will also just actually drop red orbs when you kill them with a QTE. Now it's not just in the special descriptor thing. This now means that there is no reason at all to not kill the enemy with a QTE kill every single time. Otherwise, you're just losing out on some red orbs. The only good reason to not do it is if you want to get a move on, but that's about it. There's now just less of a reason to keep the hit counter up. Now yes, you will still get a small amount of red orbs by hitting certain milestones on the hit counter, but there's just less of a reason to do so now, and thus it's just less interesting. We also now get additional red orbs by killing enemies via grab executions, although this time it's just 5, but it is every single time you do it. There's also now an additional option when you have the enemy in a grab. You can throw them with square like before, you can execute them with triangle like before, you can punch them with circle like before, but now you can also press X. For some enemies, this will slam them into the ground, and for others, it will launch them in the air. Usually it's the older enemies that are returning from the first game that get slammed, and the newer ones get lifted up. I don't know why, but that's cool, I guess. I like how he slams them. It's pretty entertaining. It also is a collision, I believe. We'll get to those. Despite this less interesting QTE system, I am happy to say that things are 100% more consistent now when it comes to how you collect red orbs. The only time I ever notice enemies not dropping them is when they respawned infinitely. Sometimes the kill descriptors wouldn't show up when they should have, but I would still get the additional red orbs from getting that even if the text didn't show up, so just a minor visual bug. And that also seemed to only happen with respawning enemies. Special moves are totally different from last time, with one exception technically. L1 in circle is Rampage of the Furies, a fast-moving series of hits that moves Kratos forward a bit, that ends with a pretty heavy attack. The air version is similar to the first part of the grounded version, and if you want to start comparing it to something in the first game, it's like Apollo's offensive was on super steroids. I really like doing this to enemies that I've just sent into the air or bounced into the air. It's very satisfying, and you do a lot of hits. Now, I've heard people complain about the long animation that this thing has that you cannot cancel out of, but I think this is a great first attack to unlock. Yeah, we have all the moves here in the beginning, but we eventually lose them, and this is the first one we get back. So why do I like this one being the first one? It teaches the player that you cannot just spam these moves. Enemies will punish you for this. Just like in the last game, you have to know when and when not to use these things. Trying to do this move off the rip without any kind of setup will most likely get you slapped. However, doing this to an enemy that is in the juggle state, or timing it right so only the last part of the attack hits, is a viable way of using this move. It's also just cool as hell. However, it doesn't seem to be a very strong attack, though I only really noticed this on very hard because, duh. However, I mean, the enemies are already in the dizzy state and I couldn't kill them with this attack, so I guess it really just isn't that strong. Regardless though, this does have its uses and it's a lot of fun to pull off. Next we have the returning Cyclone of Chaos. Last time, this was the move that was the least impressive one in your arsenal, so I wouldn't be too excited about it returning. I mean, it's exactly the same. Oh. Yeah, this move is f***ing awesome now. Everything that was wrong with it in God of War 1 is now fixed. Slow startup time? Gone. Pathetic impact? Nope. Weak ass finish? Not at all. It also now has great reach, it lasts longer, it's faster, and it's just all around a better move. You can still get punished by using it carelessly, but this didn't happen nearly as much as it did in the first game. You know what else didn't happen, well, ever? Me doing one of these special moves by accident. In the first game, if Kratos wasn't completely out of his blocking pose, he would do a corresponding special move if you press one of the face buttons. This never happened to me in this game, not even once. The closest thing to this was this one time in the Challenge of the Titans, and I guarantee you it was my fault for not fully letting go of the block button. So this move rocks now and I love it. The air version is also just so much better than before, just pure, raw, masculine energy. No notes, man, it's perfect, basically. Love it. Tartarus Rage is the final move we get in this game, technically. It serves a similar function that Rising Helios did in the first game, but it's also just better. It's faster, it's a better setup move, you don't have to worry about getting punished by using it that much, since the ending of the animation doesn't have Kratos move at 1 mile an hour. It also feels a lot more powerful. Just look at this. Look at this compared to the last game. Like, this is just so much better, dude. It's safer. Also, you can also kind of redirect it while doing it, something that you cannot do in the first game. If you accidentally did that move, you were stuck in place and you were moving forward. This time, if you accidentally do it, I mean, it is kind of long, but you could like redirect it to a different enemy if you wanted to. The air version is kind of like if Falling Helios and Lance of the Furies had a baby. I like following this move up with a Cyclone of Chaos since the lighter enemies will be bounced by the impact. So I could have sworn that this move could be spammed before, which doesn't make sense because there's no before. But I remember as a kid being able to slam multiple times if I pressed the button repeatedly, but that's not the case. So I think I'm just misremembering. I mean, obviously I am, because you can't do that in the game. I don't know what I'm confusing it for though. I don't know why I have that memory in my mind. Maybe it's something to do with the rage mode, some move you can do in rage mode, I'm not sure. Not only that, but this move is named something else in the manual. In the manual, this move is called Oceanus, and the air version is called Oceanus Turret. This is a completely different move. Not only is it a mistake in the manual, but this mistake made it into the digital manual on the PS3 version of the game. That's a weird mistake, but not only that, but also on the official guide by Brady Games, it's also different, but a different kind of different. In here, we have a list of all the moves that we unlock with the blades. Level 2 unlocks Rampage of the Furies, level 3 unlocks Cyclone of Chaos, level 4 is Harperian Charge, and max level is Prometheus Torment. What? But then when we go down below there, we see that L1 in triangle is called Tartarus Rage correctly. So why is it called Prometheus Torment right there, but then called the right? Why does this move have so many name variations? That is all of them, but later in the game we unlock an L1X move, so I'll just cover it here. Icarus Ascension does the same thing as Apollo's Ascension did in the last game, at about the same speed, perhaps a bit faster. The air version, however, Icarus Strike, is just a big wing slap, which is good for knocking enemies into each other, and I think that's pretty much it. There's just not that much to say about this move. I didn't really use it that much either. It looks cool at least. Very majestic. That's all the special moves, but there's still a lot more to combat. Who would have known? We no longer have the option to do the shoulder bash we could do in the first game. R1 isn't used for anything in combat this time around. However, holding square will have you do this big sweep with the blades, which is kind of like this one thing we could do in the first game, but on steroids. From there, Kratos will enter into this running state and can follow up in two ways. The first is by hitting square to do the shoulder bash that I just told you was not in the game, lol. However, unlike the first game, I'm pretty sure you could knock anybody back with this. It just did damage. Here though, you're knocking motherfuckers back. The second option is Rising Helios, more or less. I mean, look at it. It's basically the same thing, right? Let's have a comparison side by side. It's basically the same thing, he's just running beforehand. These options are really good for knocking enemies into each other and for getting them in the air with you. However, they are not the easiest way of doing either of those things, since Kratos will be in the running state beforehand. It can be useful, but only if you know when and how to use these things. I also find the sweep a lot less useful than the one that was in the first game. I know it looks a lot more devastating than the old one did, but that one did knock back pretty well. And this one, I don't think does knockback ever, it just stuns the enemies a little bit. Completely new to this game is this counterattack or punish that you can do out of a block. If you let go of the block button and start holding either square or triangle, Kratos will either do this sweep or a faster version of what you get when you hold triangle. I mostly use this on Theseus, the first boss fight after the intro. Other than him though, I rarely use it, but I did use it on occasion when it fit the situation. It does become a bit harder to use once you upgrade the blades, because if you don't fully let go of the block button, then you will just do Cyclone of Chaos or Tartarus Rage. So if you go about the game just never upgrading, then this becomes a lot easier to do. Now, it's not impossible to do once you upgrade the blades, but it is significantly harder to time if you don't know what you're doing. Let's talk about the out of roll options and how they were butchered in this game. In the last game, there were two notable attacks you could do out of a roll, that being Achilles Flip and the heavy attack. The flip was only really useful for smaller enemies and the Cerberus, while the quick heavy attack was great for everything. Doing this was a good way of keeping a move on, avoiding enemies, but also still doing damage in the process. It was also a faster way of doing Spirit of Hercules. Faster than just 3 raw triangle presses, maybe a bit slower than doing a light attack beforehand, but again, it did have the benefit of keeping you on the move. So what did this game do that was similar? Nothing. There is no Achilles flip equivalent, unless you want to say that the running version of Apollo's Ascension is the replacement. Both are meant to bring the enemies in the air with you, both are meant to be used while on the move. It's a stretch, but I guess that's the replacement. Rolling is a way better way of moving throughout the environment than running in this game is, because it's not even that fast of a run. Now, don't get me wrong, you can use the run to reposition yourself and get out of harm's way, but it's just not as easy as that, you know? It's just that. But that's not as bad as what they've done to my beautiful boy. Instead of being a fast attack, the triangle out of a roll is now this. Athena's Wrath is a cool looking attack, I'll give it that. However, I don't think it's nearly as useful as what we had previously. It's a bit slow, and if you aren't at the right distance while using it, you will absolutely be punished for doing this. I'm sure people can make good use of this attack. Personally though, I much prefer what we had in the last game. So what's a good option for out of roll attacks? The closest thing we have to what we had in the last game here is doing a square triangle out of a roll. It took me a while to get used to this, instead of just accidentally pressing triangle out of a roll and getting myself punched in the face. It's better than nothing, I guess, but it's still not great. Orion's Harpoon has also received a pretty big change. In the first game, you could redirect enemies while you were doing the move. This was most useful for knocking enemies into each other, and on the occasion where you could send the enemy to their immediate death. In this game, Kratos' feet are glued to the ground while you're doing this move. My guess is that being able to redirect in the first game was simply an oversight that didn't get addressed until here. It could also be the case that, since there are many versions of this attack now, that they decided it would be better to lock you in place while doing any of them, just for consistency's sake. This was a great option that is sadly no longer here, but to compensate, there are a ton of new versions that Kratos does depending on the enemy. The Minotaur and Gorgons will be launched forward. The Undead Legionnaires will be slammed to the ground in a way where you can do it repeatedly. Both of these options are great for knocking enemies into each other if you line things up correctly. But why would you want to do that in the first place? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we once again have collisions. In case you missed the last review, collisions refer to when enemies are colliding with each other. Yeah, now this is a combat option that might not seem like a big deal intuitively, but let me explain. Collision damage seems to be based off of enemy damage, which means that the higher difficulty you are on, the better of an option collisions are. How good of an option, you may ask? Well, you can completely destroy enemies on very hard. Once again, I'm not really sure if Santa Monica really knew this would be such a big deal, but this is the mechanic that counterbalances the difficulty of the highest option in a way. I'll get into that more in the difficulty section of this video. But for now, I'll just say that if you know how to use them, collisions can be the most useful tool in your arsenal. This is the reason why not being able to redirect Orion's Harpoon is sad. It not being in the game removed a pretty big option, right? Well, yes, but there is a secret alternative to this. If you hold down circle instead of just tapping it, with specific enemies that have this as an option, you can do an alternative version of Orion's Harpoon. It can be something as simple as bringing a sentry into your hands instead of slamming him down, or it can be the incredibly useful whip option when you do this on a harpy. Now, the game never tells you about this, so if you didn't know about it, well, yeah, most of us didn't. This option is a lot of fun to use, and it makes the harpies not being extinct in this game almost worth it. Almost, but not quite. Now, we don't get this in the intro section, but later on we get the Golden Fleece, which is the replacement mechanic for the parry that was in the last game. This time around, we are made invincible while doing the counterattack, and we can also counterattack range attacks, so we can kill those damn archers. However, we did lose the choice of doing either a slash or a slam that we had last time. The attack here will always be the same. This does mean that it's less versatile than the option that we had before, but on the other hand, you don't have to worry about getting hit while you're doing it. You might even try to parry more often because of this fact. So it's a bit of a trade-off. Still, this option is greater than the one that we had in the first game, because now we have the option to parry Gorgon gazes back at all the enemies on the screen, including the Gorgons themselves. I mean, it is accurate to the mythology to have this happen, but I don't think they added it because of that.
So many of these little frustrations. If you get stoned by a Gorgon while in the air, you'll drop like a rock and break instantly as you hit the ground. Getting destroyed while you're stoned results in an instant kill, a nuisance in and of itself, but when you're just jumping around trying to avoid the big stoner beam, it feels like a huge slap in the face that you die instantly with zero recourse.
My guess is that a lot of people complained about the Gorgons because they were bad at the game, so Santa Monica gave them a win button. It's funny because Gorgons really don't appear that much in this game at all, especially when compared to the first one. They first show up in the second area in the game, and then it's a few hours until we ever see them again. We have 2 encounters with them before we get the thing that makes them way easier to deal with. Why? It would have made a lot more sense to have Gorgons appear more in the game, having the player deal with them on a regular basis, or at least more of a regular basis than what's in here now, and then give them the easy solution. The way it is now, it just kind of feels like mismanaged a bit. That's why I'm thinking that people are complaining a little too much and Santa Monica overreacted. That's just my guess though. I'm not basing that off of any real information. Now, there are a few more combat related things to talk about, but those aren't really in this intro section, so we're gonna wait on those a bit. Once again, the options that we have are great and are built to help us deal with many different situations. Some of them are a lot more useful than others, but if all you do is square, square, triangle, you are playing the game wrong. Last time, I felt like I didn't utilize everything to the full extent. This time, I really didn't have that feeling at all. I probably could have utilized things better, maybe a bit more frequently than I did, but I did use every single tool in my arsenal at one point at least, and in a pretty optimal way in my opinion. Now, it could have been done just better because, I could always play better, but I don't feel as lackluster in my abilities as I did last time. I'm not watching the footage while editing this thinking, why the hell am I not doing this other thing? The only time I'm thinking that is because I'm looking for a specific move that I need to show. But other than that, I'm satisfied with my gameplay in this review. This is probably why I had such a better time with the hardest difficulty than I had beforehand, but I'll save all of that for the difficulty section. Now, that's all the combat things related to the intro, but let's get back to the intro itself. As the fallen god, we maneuver through the environments and occasionally run into this giant statue from the beginning, the Colossus of Rhodes. I could put this guy in the boss section later, but I think it's just more fitting to talk about him here. This boss, just like the Hydra from the first game, is divided into different sections. However, unlike the Hydra, since we are fighting one singular entity and not several parts of the same entity, it feels much more like a continuous boss fight and not just a few different ones that are technically the same. The first encounter is very simple. Really, the only thing he does here is slam his big hand on us, and thus the Rhodesian soldiers. You can actually Orion harpoon them into his hand so they smack them and not us, which actually does him damage. I don't think I did it right though, because I still got completely smacked in the face by this guy. I'm pretty sure there is a way you can do it where you don't take any damage, but I just couldn't manage to do that. After stunning him 3 times, he will be dazed, allowing us to fire this boulder at him and then ourselves. Like one of the soldiers mentioned earlier,
He still has some of the powers of a god!
Kratos in the first game was pretty skillful, but nothing to this degree. It really does feel like he's only able to do this so casually because of his godhood. Later on, we get sent through a few stories, and we get up like absolutely nothing happened. After this first encounter, we end up in this bathhouse and
Hi there.
I'm doing this for the red orbs, trust. We still have the trident from the last game, so we can swim underwater from the get-go here. We also get introduced to this new grapple mechanic. It's a very fun way of moving through the levels on the occasion where we get to do this. Later on, we get different versions that has us swinging in different directions. This one here, there's this one spot in town where it's just this long, curvy road thing, and whenever we used to drive through there as a kid, I would always imagine Kratos doing this from this part specifically of the game through that area. I actually still imagine that whenever we drive through there. Yeah. Anyways, the enemies in this part of the game are pretty lame on very hard because they just kind of run at you, and that's pretty much it. They don't do that much damage, and as I demonstrated earlier, you have a lot of things you can do to them with ease, especially with the returning magic attack, Poseidon's Rage. We'll talk about magic later. But it does get a bit annoying when they're just throwing themselves at you. There's also archers here, so we hate those the most. Moving along, we... Okay, now it's personal. You petty bitch. I view this as the main part of the boss fight, and it's probably my favorite. It's not that hard of a fight, but similar to how people that started with the first game view the Hydra, I view the Colossus of Rhodes that way. This is my first gigantic boss fight in a video game, period, so it will always have a special place in my heart. I wish I could re-experience this fight for the first time again. You hit him enough times till he gets a bit sleepy, then you travel to the other side of the arena and do a QTE on him. I love the fact that the damage we do on him in these different sections actually carries over. We are winning this fight, but it's still not a one-sided ordeal. He still has the size advantage over us, and he knows how to utilize it. You know what I also love? The fact that he's somehow able to find us no matter what. Almost like the fact that he's being animated by our godly power means that we're linked in some way. After poking him in the eye, we get a small chat with the big man from Greek mythology himself.
Kratos, I do not need your help, Zeus. I can take down this beast. I offer you more than help, Kratos. I offer you power. I offer you the Blade of Olympus. It was this blade that ended the Great War and defeated the Titans. Drain your godly powers into the sword, Kratos. Only then will you reach your full potential. Why do you aid me now? What I do now, I do for the good of all Olympus.
After fighting off enemies on our way to the blade, we come across everybody's worst nightmare from the first game, balancing beams. If you saw my first review, then you already know that I didn't think they were that bad in that game, and they're even less of a problem in this one. Big Homie isn't that big of a fan of bridges, so he breaks it. We now have to stun him in order to pick up the Blade of Olympus. He has a few different attacks here, so just going right for the blade will get you smacked like crazy.
With your godly power drained into the blade, it will have the strength to destroy all. I will make you suffer!
Oh, we gotta power it up first, huh? I'd say that this is probably the hardest phase of the fight. He has a lot of attacks that can punish you if you're slacking. However, there's a pretty easy strat you can follow. Just stand behind the blade so he'll do this smack attack repeatedly, and just easily jump over it and hit him in the hand. After draining all our health, magic, and red orbs, oh, so this really was for nothing, we get the Blade of Olympus. I'll talk more about it in the secondary weapons section of this video. Quick note, I really like the look of the level 1 blades with Kratos' new god armor. It's a nice combo. Anyways, we can throw this guy's hand at him for an easy stun. I prefer to save it for the end when we have the Blade of Olympus. With that, we make our way into the beast. From here, it's a pretty easy climb up through the statue. It's pretty cool to see how this thing is being powered, and how it's starting to fall apart from within because of us. We use the blade to take back our stolen godlike power until we eventually get to the head. After absorbing what is left, the thing is inanimate again and begins to crash and burn. From here, it's all story more or less.
Do you see, gods of Olympus? Do you need more proof than this?
Placing all of his godly power into the weapon had rendered Kratos mortal, vulnerable to the arms of death. Bloodied and beaten, he knew that to have any hope of survival, he must retrieve the Blade of Olympus. Humiliated before his Spartan army, Kratos dragged himself up from the dirt.
Yes, I am forced to attend to this matter myself. Athena refused to undo her mistake. Imagine caring for a creature such as yourself.
Why? Why would you betray me?
It is you who would betray me. Am I to stand idly by while Olympus is threatened? Your hands are already stained by the blood of a god. I will not let Ares' fate be my own.
The gods are petty and pathetic, and your rule is weak.
I grow tired of this insolence. I am the king of Olympus. And it is my way that is the way of the gods. You must vow to forever serve me.
I serve no one.
Then you leave me no choice.
It's pretty cool that the game makes you fight Zeus in this way. They even have you do a QTE if you get hit too many times, and
it did not have to be this way, my son. This path is of your choosing.
A choice from the gods is as useless as the gods themselves.
Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me?
Everything you have ever known, Kratos, will now suffer because of your sacrilege. You will never be the ruler of Olympus. The cycle ends here. You will pay for this, Zeus. Be certain of that.
As the life drained out of Kratos, the arms of Hades reached out to claim their prize. But there was more resting on Kratos' shoulders than he could know. Kratos was destined to bring about change so severe that it would shake the very pillars of Mount Olympus. His death was something that I could not allow.
Ares! Destroy my enemies, and my life is yours!
Fight, Spartan. You are not meant to die here. This is not the end.
Who are you?
I am the Titan Gaia, ever-present Mother of Earth. I have watched you become a powerful warrior, and I have been with you through all the events of your life, but I can no longer simply watch. We will help you defeat Zeus. Death is an escape, Kratos. You are a warrior of Sparta, not a coward. Only a coward accepts death.
I am no coward.
Then you must fight. I will show you the way to the Sisters of Fate. Only with their power will you defeat Zeus.
And then the game makes you crawl out of the underworld. Man, there is a lot to say here. First off, the first time I played this part, I legitimately thought that I had lost the QTE. I love the fact that they actually let you attack in this weakened state, just to make you think that you might actually have to hold off Zeus for enough time. The cutscenes, man, they're probably the best looking ones on the PS2, very stunning. Turns out the narrator from the first game was Gaia the whole time. Very interesting. We have a goal set for us: reach the Sisters of Fate in order to defeat Zeus. We have set up the main premise of the game, and we have been shown what kind of power we will get later in the game. And we lost our god armor, which sucks. I love the god armor. You know what I also love? This section. They make you actually crawl out of the underworld to some kick-ass music, man. Making it out alive, we find the one still living Spartan from this battle.
My lord, I knew you could not be killed. I never lost faith.
Return to Sparta and prepare for battle.
But our brothers are dead.
You can still hold a sword. Spartans do not surrender. Do as your god commands.
And what of you, my lord?
I am going after Zeus. It seems I still have allies on Olympus.
And that's the end of the intro. Man, this thing was strong as hell, from the gameplay to the spectacle and scale to the main conflict being introduced in such a good way. It's great, miles better than what the first game did. I do still love the opening line in the first game, but other than that, this game does everything better in its intro. This is my favorite intro to any game I have ever played, specifically the first time I played it though. Like I mentioned in my nostalgia video on my original channel, I know what's behind the curtain at this point. I am simply not as strongly moved by what's going on here as I was the first time. No matter how I try, I will never recapture that first experience again. However, I can say with full confidence that this intro is amazing, regardless of how my perception of it has changed with time and with every playthrough. It accomplishes what it's going for. I can only imagine what returning fans must have felt when this first came out. It's like what the first game did, but on a whole other level. The character you play as is a god, and you feel like one. Unlike the first game, where the narrative was at a slow burn for the intro, this is a lot more straight to the point, and thus easier to understand and get into. We know the characters' motivations, we know what the end goal is. Not only that, but we get a taste of the full moveset to come, which makes not having them after this point, well, makes you feel like a mortal by contrast. It's yet again tying gameplay with story. I've heard people say that the story in a game should serve the gameplay, or at the very least, the gameplay should not serve the story. Basically meaning that the story should be written around the game, and not the game be crafted around a story. I agree with that. The gameplay should take priority over everything else. But When these two elements are in sync with one another, it makes for some real memorable set pieces. Was the story written beforehand, or did the gameplay designers say, hey, why don't we have this part where Kratos is crawling out of hell? Did they come up with the idea of Zeus tricking you with the Blade of Olympus first, or did they come up with that concept because they needed to start the player from scratch, basically? It could go either way, and the fact that it's not obvious which came first is a good thing. More games need to try and have this balance. I know it can't always be done, and it's not like this game is designed that way throughout, but when it comes to making a truly memorable moment, it's useful to have these two in balance. Speaking of balance, I haven't really talked about the story up to this point, so let's fix that. I want to do my analysis of the story we have gotten up to this point now, and I'll cover the rest of it as it comes up through the video, saving my final analysis for the end. So, Kratos is the god of war. Based on the narration, there is some interpersonal trouble in paradise. The game never goes into why the gods don't fully respect Kratos. We don't know which came first, Kratos acting out or them being jerks to him. He still has his memories, he still has his nightmares, he still has his post-traumatic stress disorder. So, how does he deal with this? He does the exact same thing he did as a mortal to try to fight off this pain. And killing. But now he is not just a mortal at the commands of the gods, he is the god of war. The narration says that he has found a new family in the warriors of Sparta, and that he gained solace from his past through the carnage of battle. I found this one poster that says, the only thing that quells the voices in Kratos' head are the dying screams of his enemies. Yeah, this guy's messed up. More importantly though, it shows that everybody was on the same page, that this guy was still suffering from his memories from the first game. Keep that in mind, it's very important. Basically, not that the Spartans have replaced his wife and daughter, but they are a new entity for him to care about. This comes up way later. Athena approaches us and tells us that Olympus isn't very happy with what we are doing. This raises some interesting questions that this game, nor any other game, really answer. What is the role of the god of war? It might seem like a stupid question, but if you think about it, all we know is that this is bad. What is good then? Does the god of war will wars into existence? Do they come about on their own, and is he just the mediator between the two sides? Can he end a war at a whim? Or is he simply commanding the Spartans to start wars, and they're just obeying him? Or are they the ones to start the wars and they're just asking for their god's blessing and he just keeps telling them, yeah, go ahead every time? Is the bad part the fact that he directly goes to war with them? Or is war always bad no matter what? Have the Spartans won too many wars in a row? Is the problem that Kratos is showing favoritism here? Rhodes is the city of Helios, just like how Athens belongs to Athena, so there's some Ares parallels happening here. But is the problem the fact that he's attacking cities? If this was out in the countryside, would it be more appropriate? Do mortals wage wars against each other because Kratos is putting that desire in their hearts? Could he bring about peace in the Middle East and everywhere else if he really wanted to? I ask all these questions because as far as we can tell from the game, the only direct answer is war bad. War bad. Don't do. So yeah, I don't know what the gods were expecting Kratos to do, mostly because we just never see what a good god of war looks like. If the answer is simply a pacifist, well, frankly, that's fucking stupid. Yes, war bad, but sometimes war necessary. We unfortunately do not get a legitimate answer to these questions, so war bad, I guess. Now, even though Kratos' sins have been forgiven, Athena still calls him the ghost of Sparta. He still has his nightmares. He still has the ashes of his family on him. So, other than a symbolic gesture, really nothing has changed, besides the status that Kratos now wields. Athena in the last game was very cold, straight to the point, which made sense, she was a statue after all. Here, she shows a lot more emotion and is actually pleading with us, which is a nice flip on the script from what we saw in the last game. She seems to be the only one that is mostly on our side, as we see in this conversation and based on what Zeus says later. However, Kratos doesn't seem to appreciate his gift of having to live forever in torment. He also does not seem to be very worried about the consequences since there is that whole rule from the first game.
Zeus has forbidden the gods from waging war on each other.
But, well, you know, Anyways, a thing that nobody but I have ever talked about on YouTube, visual callbacks that actually have meaning to them.
Kratos had turned the pain of his memories into hatred.
We see him do the same thing he did at the end of the last game for ostensibly the same reason. He is trying to relieve his pain. In the first game, this was a way of ending his life. Now he is on the way to battle, both serving the same purpose. This is why when Fat Brett characterizes Kratos' actions in this intro as him swelling his pride, he is missing the point. This is why when he says that Kratos is simply making the same choices, that he is basically the same character that he was from before he met Ares, he doesn't understand what's going on here. This is not being done out of pride or ego. This is being done because this man is hurting, and he doesn't know another way of fixing this problem, other than simply ending his life, which he was not allowed to do.
Kratos had turned the pain of his memories into hatred. Hatred for the gods, who had refused to free him from the nightmares of his past deeds. And so he went to Rhodes to deliver the final blow to the besieged city.
This is not being done out of pride, but resentment, which might be an even worse motivator. His actions by no means are justified, but they're not being done for those reasons. But also, what the hell did the gods expect? I believe that this is subtle subtext that the game presents. The gods do not understand mortals. Athena is like, hey, I made you a god, but Kratos doesn't care about that. It's what she didn't do that bothers him. Later on, Zeus tells us that we will never be the ruler of Olympus.
You will never be the ruler of Olympus. The cycle ends here.
He thinks that this is all a show of power, like what Ares was doing. He thinks that Kratos cares about ruling Olympus. Homie just wants to take a nap and not feel guilty afterwards. All of this is him lashing out because they denied him, not because he wishes to seize power. However, Kratos also fails to understand the gods. He is so caught up in his grief that he is genuinely caught off guard when Zeus betrays him.
You? Why? Why would you betray me?
And when he believes that Athena has done the same.
Athena! You conspire against me!
We don't know how many cities he and the Spartans destroyed, but it was enough for Zeus to reconsider his rules. But Kratos does not even consider that they would take it to this extreme. Zeus has some legitimate concerns here, since Kratos is indeed a god slayer. However, if either side even tried to understand the other, things never would have gotten this far. I have observed in real life that most conflicts start out of a misunderstanding or a lack of proper communication. If the gods had stopped being so high and mighty for 1 second, they might have realized that what they were doing to this man was not a reward at all. It's not what he wanted. This is a spit in the face to him. Again, if we knew for certain which came first, the gods shunning him or him attacking cities, then we could understand the motivations way more clearly. Perhaps Kratos views them refusing to erase his memories as the shunning, and in reality they were ready to accept him with open arms into the pantheon. On the flip side, if that were the case, if the gods truly thought they were doing him a favor, giving him the ultimate glory by making him the god of war, Kratos viewing this as them spitting on him is the real tragedy. Or it could be that Kratos was looked down upon from the moment he stepped onto Olympus by the other gods, and that simply added to his frustration. Zeus does seem to despise him a little bit based on this one line.
You? Yes, I am forced to attend to this matter myself. Athena refused to undo her mistake. Imagine caring for a creature such as yourself.
It's not very much in line with the way he acted in the first game, and I know people are gonna say God of War 3 stuff, but again, if you skip the intro, I'm gonna say it again right here. I'm analyzing God of War 2 in its original context of 2007, which means that we only have 2 games to go off of. God of War 1 from 2005 and this game from 2007, 2010 has not happened yet, and thus I cannot look upon God of War 3 for my answers. Putting that aside for now, regardless of which one is true, the problem is rooted in a lack of understanding of one another. Despite the hate that he feels, he views them all as being on the same team more or less. Which is why when Zeus calls down, he immediately assumes that he's coming to his aid.
Kratos.
I do not need your help, Zeus. I can take down this beast.
This sentiment gets reinforced at the end of the game. Many people believe that Kratos views the gods as his enemies always, but that does not happen until the end of this game, but retroactively getting placed all the way back to even before the first game. It's stupid. I'll get into it more at the end. When Kratos refuses to serve Zeus, I would not blame you if you thought he did it because he was too full of pride to serve anyone.
You must vow to forever serve me.
I serve no one.
The thing is though, he has already served Zeus, and the other gods, for 10 years. It totally makes sense to not want to go back to that, for him to not trust Zeus after they lied by omission. And because, well, he just tried to kill us before even talking to us about it. But also, why would he want to be in service of a god when he is a god? This ain't the real world, that's not how that works, this is Greek mythology. Unless, of course, Zeus meant that he would serve him as a mortal, which is even more messed up. They're gonna take away the only thing he got for the 10 years of service? So yeah, Zeus betrayed Kratos. He did it to preemptively stop him from taking over Olympus by force, which is something that Kratos never had the desire to do at all. This is a very strong setup for the game. It is straight to the point, you understand the players, their motivations, and their goals. It is easier to understand from the get-go. Kind of. Even though the narration gives you all the info you need to understand that this isn't Kratos flexing his muscles at the world, people will assume that this is just him being a belligerent ass for no reason other than war good. When I first played this game, I knew nothing about the first. So I assumed that that game was about Kratos trying to become the god of war. That the main objective was always to become a god and that he got what he wanted. I did not understand this sequence at all, I thought it looked cool, but I had no context for what it actually meant. Especially not this fire dude or why this creepy ass kid was here. I can forgive you if you aren't familiar with the first game and just assume the same as I did back then. If that causes you to view the character as somebody that's too prideful for their own good, that is just mad at the world for no real reason, I can understand that, especially given how most people tend to characterize this character. However, if you are familiar with the first game and the rest of the series, and you make videos about God of War, I expect you to have a better understanding than just, he's falling back on his old ways because lol, he never changes. I do want to say I have respect for Fat Brett for trying to understand where fans were coming from when they are disagreeing with his old videos. I myself am more than 0% responsible for this, on account that I've seen multiple people mention my video in his comments, and that he basically states my thesis statement in one of his videos.
The character of Kratos was never a mindless monster. His original goal was never really revenge. Killing Ares in the first game was really only tangential to his true motivation, which was to have his sins forgiven, to be purged of the guilt he feels, for the visions of his past, which haunt and torture him, to be erased.
Okay, so what's the argument? Kratos in the first game was not motivated by revenge. What's his motivation then? He served the gods for 10 years, why? To kill Ares? No. To get rid of his PTSD, basically. It's just a happy accident. Poetic justice that his last task that he needs to do to get what he wants is to kill the god that caused him said PTSD. Now again, I'm saying it's more than 0%, which means that it's possible, but not necessarily that I am responsible. But it is pretty funny, especially considering that I used him as one of the examples I was going against in that video. It feels pretty good to have some sort of effect on the community with my work. Even though I still think he's missing the point when it comes to God of War 2's opening, it's a step in the right direction and we should give him credit for it, for even trying to see the other side. So that's the story of the intro. To recap, Kratos gets betrayed by Zeus because he thinks that Kratos is trying to surpass him. Kratos dies and goes to the underworld, only to be brought back to life by Gaia in order to get revenge on Zeus, which would benefit her also. That sounds kind of familiar, actually. Okay, let's see. It's the second game in the series. We are betrayed by the patriarchal figure of our godlike order, cast into the underworld because of a misunderstanding that stems from the fear of being surpassed, only to be saved and resurrected by an ancient deity who sends us on a quest of revenge that will benefit us both. Yes, this is Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver!
What madness is this? What pitiful form is this that I have come to inhabit?
I'm surprised how similar these two things are. People already compare these two series, but these similarities are on a whole other level, man. I don't know if it's purely a coincidence or if the writing staff was inspired by Soul Reaver, even indirectly, but it is interesting that Barlog would later on work at Crystal Dynamics. I don't think I've seen anybody make this connection before, so I'm glad to present it to you all. So yeah, God of War fans, go play Soul Reaver. It's a good game. It's a great series. I told you guys you needed to watch the Soul Reaver video before this one, but nobody listened. Nobody listened. If you're gonna copy somebody, you might as well copy Soul Reaver. I don't actually think that. I don't think that they actually just looked at Soul Reaver and said, oh, let's do that, but it is kind of funny to think about. And this is not even the end of the comparisons we can make.
Turn back to Olympus, beast! I must face Zeus! You defy the god of war!
You are no longer a god, Kratos. Zeus, Olympus, and the blade which holds all your power will forevermore be out of reach. Your only hope is to find the Sisters of Fate and travel back through time to the moment Zeus betrayed you, for only then will he truly be vulnerable. Kratos, to succeed, you will need more help than I can give. My Titan brother slumbers deep inside his mountain prison. Go, it is time he was awakened.
Once we get out of the intro, we are met with a completely new form of gameplay. Flying was originally going to be a much more recurring form of combat, but in the actual game, we only get it on 2 occasions. Which is a shame because it really isn't intrusive at all. Most games that change their main form of gameplay in certain segments tend to make the new form of gameplay not enjoyable. My immediate thoughts go to stuff like the tank levels from old World War II games for the PS2. Here though, it's actually kind of fun. It's really simple stuff. We have a light and heavy attack and can grab some of the lighter enemies right away, and the more heavy ones we have to damage them a bit first, just like in normal gameplay. We also have this bash move, which I think counts as a collision, but I could be wrong. But I don't think I am because it seems to do a lot of damage on very hard. And to wrap it up, we also have this dash, which I think also is a collision. Later on, when we get our first magic attack, we get access to it here, although admittedly it's not very useful here. I think I like these more for the implications to the narrative than actual gameplay reasons. Kratos having to fight his way to the places he wants to go. And if it wasn't for these enemies getting in our way, we would have gotten to the Sisters of Fate a lot sooner. There honestly isn't that much more to say about these segments. They are fun, very arcade-like, and I would have preferred to have one more of them in the game. The only real problem is that here you have to restart from the last checkpoint, otherwise you'll die by this attack, which I don't think is a problem with any other difficulty besides very hard, so most people won't ever notice this ever. Wall combat is a lot less annoying than it was in the last game. For one, your movement on the wall is way better. Not only can you jump up left and right, but now you can also slide down with the blades as well. Grabbing an enemy will now stop the others from messing with you, so you can do it without the fear of getting smacked to death by the surrounding enemies. We also never have to deal with the amount of them that we did in the first game. We also get ceiling combat in this game, which really isn't that different other than the fact that you're on the ceiling. Really the only difference being this little dash you can do. Is this a dash? I don't know what you would call this. This little speed up thing? This isn't a dash. What would that be called? Should have thought of that before I wrote dash in the script like an idiot. Rope combat is a lot better, but that might be because there's just barely any of it in the game compared to the last, and again, we're just dealing with a lot less enemies than we were in the first game. I no longer have to do this and cheese the game just to not die. I can just play the game normally. I guess you could argue that it's too easy now, but I would take too easy over stupid any day of the week. The secondary weapon in the first game was great, but a lot of people felt it was introduced a little too late into the game, at which point most people were used to the Blades of Chaos. So then giving them a short-range weapon didn't jive well with most people. However, the Blade of Artemis is indeed a great weapon if you know how to use it. Likewise, the same can be said for the Barbarian Hammer.
So I haven't really been using the... what do you call that, an axe? Is it an axe? I don't know. I haven't really been using that.
Barbarian Axe, my bad. Classic mistake. Crushing Defeat is a spin attack that I never used. I hope I have some footage of this. I don't think I do. Might of the King, on the other hand, is a great attack. It's great for shattering enemies, specifically the Gorgon Queen, since they will break out of petrification very quickly. The fire does good damage, but the hammer slam itself also does damage. If you do this attack close enough, you will do double the damage basically, and this is called a deep hit. My understanding is that deep hits were in God of War 1, but they weren't as straightforward as they are here. Here, when hitting an enemy with a slam attack like the Plume of Prometheus or Spirit of Hercules, if you are close enough, you will hit the enemy 2 times instead of just once, basically doing double the damage. I don't know if it's actually double damage or if it's just more damage, so when I say double damage, don't think it's like literally times 2, because I'm not sure, but you are hitting them twice. This attack being another example of deep hits. Later on you unlock Soul Summon that summons souls, I wrote this before I knew the name of the attack, that very much look like the armies of Hades souls, but not the same color. However, these are not nearly as useful as the prior. They do damage that just seems to be too low to warrant ever using this attack, especially when you consider the fact that it has a very long wind up to it, so it's just really not worth it. It's also the last move you unlock for this weapon, so it's even like more not worth it. I think it's a cool idea, but I might just like this because of how much it resembles one of my favorite magic attacks from the first game. So this weapon is very strong. To counterbalance that, it is pretty slow in comparison to the rest of the attacks in the game. Really, the only fast attack you can do is the ones you do in the air. Other than that, you're going to be slugging this thing around, which will get you hit. Not only that, but you can't even roll when using this weapon. No, the right stick has you summon a mini soul that is almost as useless as the other ones. I think it's only a little bit better than the other ones because it interrupts enemies faster because you don't have this whole wind up thing to summon them. You just move the stick and they pop out. So it's a lot quicker to do that if that's what you want. And also you only need to upgrade it once to get this. So you're gonna have it for most of the game if you upgrade this thing quickly. But yeah, I get why people don't really like this weapon. It's not very easy to use, and you can't roll when using this weapon, which is how most people avoid damage while playing this game, so it's just pretty bad overall, I guess. Of course, unless you know how to actually use it. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you bow cancels. I don't know if that's what people call it, but I'm calling it that because that's what it is. You can easily cancel out attacks by selecting Typhon's Bane and pressing the magic button while moving the stick in any direction. This turns the Barbarian Hammer from a cool idea but an unwieldy weapon into an absolute beast. The amount of damage you can dish out with this thing is absolutely crazy. Not only that, but you can even do this in the air for even faster attacks there. Yes, you still can't roll while this is equipped. Let's talk about yet another trick you can do with the bow. Do y'all remember tricking? If you don't, in the first game, you would get invincibility frames by summoning the Blade of Artemis. People use this in conjunction with Zeus's Fury to have the animation play at the right time to avoid getting hit. In this game, tricking becomes a lot easier. While you are standing still, the animation that plays while you are pulling out the bow or the Gorgon head will give you invincibility frames. Not only that, but if you're holding the button while in the air, as long as you don't fire, you will also have invincibility frames until you hit the ground. This means that tricking is a lot more approachable in this game, and more importantly, it makes a lack of a roll option on the hammer a less of an issue. Now, just like last time, this isn't as overpowered as you might initially think. You still need to time your input right, or you will fail and look like a giant idiot. Well, that was a fail tricking. Come on! Parrying can often be the better option, especially for the counterattack, and even more so in this game than in the last because of the now invincibility frames you get when parrying. If you are completely out of magic, this option won't even be available for you. There are limiting factors to this mechanic. Last time I questioned the legitimacy of such a thing being in the game. I concluded that I cannot praise or blame Santa Monica for having this in the game because I don't think they really intended for this to be utilized in this way, but it also doesn't completely break their game. Additionally, I now believe that we can actually praise the game for having this option regardless of the lack of intention on the developer side. Fighting games are known for having unintended mechanics in their games, and most people don't hold that against them. On the contrary, they praise it for it. So this game having a cancel that makes a weapon work in a totally different manner than it was intended to isn't a bad thing. However, I do think it is important to consider the original intention when they designed this weapon. If we are purely going off of that and completely ignoring this bow cancel, then people can still utilize it just fine. As a matter of fact, using the block as a form of cancel isn't too dissimilar from the bow already. It is a bit slower, but not by that much. So perhaps people that generally dislike this weapon are mashing the attack button. Maybe. Interesting mechanic about this weapon is that it will make enemies drop yellow orbs, a new orb introduced to the series that will refill your rage meter. It does seem like the trade-off for this though is that the enemy will drop a lot less red orbs than they otherwise would have. So there are going to be some times when you might want to just stick with Athena's blades or do most of the damage with the hammer and then switch to the blades at the very end. The next secondary weapon in the game, yes there's more than just one this time, is the Spear of Destiny! The spear that pierced Christ's side! Whoever wields it will never fall in battle! Oh, never mind, they just share names. Yeah, I don't even think Jesus was born at this point yet. I always used to misremember the order in which we got these weapons because we actually encountered the Spear of Destiny way earlier in the game towards the end of the flying segment, but we actually get it way later. The spear is an interesting weapon. It has good range, decent speed, and some pretty powerful attacks. The piercing shards are great for knocking enemies into each other, which can be done both in the air and on the ground. It's also just a pretty powerful attack on itself, I believe. Later on we get Unfortunate Remains, which is a slam to the ground that leaves behind this crystal bomb, although sometimes it doesn't do that, and I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not sure if you have to do like a set amount of damage with the weapon and then you can do another bomb, or if the surface in which you're doing it matters. You know, I don't know. I'm just not sure. It could be either or either. I couldn't tell by the testing I did. I didn't do that much testing, to be honest, but yeah. I don't know how useful this attack actually is, but I do like the idea and I do like doing it a lot. I think the explosion causes a bit of knockback. Lastly, we have Altering Slash, which is actually a wide sweep you can do, which will inflict an enemy with the case of the explosions, and they will explode. Although, not necessarily killing them, but they will explode and damage enemies around them. I just realized while writing this that this attack is similar to a different attack we get in a future game. I never realized that until just now. It's kind of funny. I do think that one's a lot more useful though. Where this weapon really shines though is in its ability to set up your foes for the Orion Harpoon. It's just way faster than doing this with the blades, so if you want to do this move, it's best to set them up with the spear. I've seen people, mostly Zesty, use this to get enemies very high into the air to set them up for a ring out, which will take them out very fast. I managed to do this, not even in the same way he does it, but I managed to do this by accident at one point. Is that enough? That's like for one guy. Oh, did I didn't know you could ring him out in here. That's hilarious. Using the normal attacks isn't half bad either. However, I think the blades are just better at crowd control than the spear is, so most people won't even give it a try. I like the multi-stab you do when you do the heavy attack string that ends with a big burst. This is pretty cool. I also love how this weapon extends itself as you use it. A very cool idea. This weapon is so cool that it will knock Lachesis on her ass. Do not sleep on this weapon. Just like with the hammer, this weapon will give off extra magic orbs when you kill an enemy with it instead of rage orbs. So if you use magic a lot while playing, you might want to switch to this weapon from time to time. Although on very hard, the amount of magic you get back from this is not worth it, I don't think. Maybe just a little bit, but probably not though. Finally, but also at the same time, it's actually the first secondary we get, but I mean, not exactly, but it actually just is though. the Blade of Olympus. When playing the normal game, there are only 2 times in which we get to use this weapon. Once we have it, you cannot switch out, you cannot upgrade it, and there are barely any enemies for you to fight with it anyways. That being said, you can take this into bonus play, which is just New Game Plus, at which point you can upgrade it and whatnot. As a kid, I thought this weapon was the coolest thing ever. It's a big sword that shoots laser beams, who wouldn't love that? But now, I just don't know when I would use it. I'm either using Athena's blades for crowd control, the Barbarian Hammer for damage, or the Spear of Destiny for setups and knockbacks. What does the Blade of Olympus have going for it? Ranged attacks? I guess that's it. However, that only comes when you fully upgrade it, which again, you cannot do under normal circumstances. It has pretty cool moves like Divine Absolution, which is a cool enough string, although I don't think there's ever a time where you should actually do this. Ever. It doesn't do enough to warrant you putting yourself in that situation to get hit, so just don't do it. It looks cool though, but you probably should never do this ever. Divine Retribution, which is a ranged attack that it has as default. It's pretty strong, but it does take a little long to do. Its attack animation is kind of longish, but it is definitely very, very strong. I believe this is another attack that has deep hits elements to it if you do it close enough. The blade itself actually does damage when you do the animation, which is pretty cool. And this move, Divine Sacrifice, which I'm pretty sure was just made for this one Challenge of the Titans mission and literally for nothing else, because all you're doing is stealing red orbs from enemies. I don't know if this does damage. It might do like 1 damage. I'm not gonna test this, so I don't know. I'm just gonna say that it does probably not do any damage, and even if it did, you're not gonna use it for damage or for anything other than the Challenge of the Titan missions that has you need to collect a whole bunch of red orbs. So I guess there's that. I don't know. You can only use this attack in New Game Plus, at which point you're probably already fully upgraded. And even if you're not, you don't really need this attack to get to the full upgrade. So yeah, this weapon is just kind of here. I did recently learn of this cool string you could do with bow cancels, which I didn't know about previously. Which I think is just faster and maybe more powerful than the Barbarian Hammer, I think. Maybe? I don't know exactly. But again, you're only going to be able to do this in New Game Plus, so there is that. So the Barbarian Hammer is just kind of better for most players in most circumstances, unless you're doing a New Game Plus run, which I don't think most people do. Now, my inner child is very sad at this fact because I really wish I could say that this thing is just the best thing in the game, but it's actually probably the worst one here. Also, a sword that shoots out energy beams. Yeah, very Zelda-like, but also the Soul Reaver is even blue in the physical realm too, which is a coincidence. Secondary weapons being expanded in this way gives them a lot more depth than there was in the first game. They're not all great as they might sound though. You cannot block in the air while using one of these weapons, as L1 will have you do an air version of one of their special attacks. Also, you cannot freely switch between them, or at least not in a way that is very fluid. You can do with Athena's blades in one of these secondary weapons, but to select a different one you have to go into the inventory screen, press circle, and then back out. Now this is a way of canceling attack animations. It's called cycle canceling. Switching to one weapon mid-animation by pressing pause and then switching will have Kratos assume a neutral position again, so it's canceling out the animation. So there is that, at least there is that. That is one thing that other games don't have that this game does have. But most people probably won't even bother with secondary weapons because they have to pause the game and switch out to them, so you are going to lose some people on that. But I mean, it's their loss because both of the weapons you use in normal gameplay is really good. We can also T-pose because of this, which is cool, and means that this is the objectively better way of doing weapon switching in any game. Once again, all of these tools need to be utilized in the correct situation. You can't just go spamming the hammer or tricking or the new special attacks. If that is how you approach things, then it will appear to be a lot harder than it actually is. Knowing when and when not to use these moves is only half the battle. Execution, I think, is much harder to pull off in this game than it was in the last. Knowing probably isn't actually half of the battle, it might even be as low as 25% of the battle. Still though, once you can pull these moves off in the right situation, it feels great. Tricking against a Cyclops or a boss is just awesome, it feels great to do. Launching the enemies in the air and then following up with a special move is very satisfying. Using enemies against each other to make an otherwise long combat section short is fantastic, and I haven't even gotten to the magic yet. Starting in the intro, we see the return of Poseidon's Rage, though this time Kratos is a bit more talkative while using it. Despite it being the max level version of the move, it looks a lot more like the level 2 version of it because of its range and duration. It's not that big of a deal though, but it doesn't look as powerful as the max version did in the first game. The first new magic we get after the intro is Typhon's Bane, a ranged attack like Zeus's Fury, but actually good. It seems like Santa Monica took the criticism from the last game and improved upon things. After all, the fact that this is the first magic attack we get means that people will be more inclined to use it since that will be the only option they'll have for quite a while. Last time we could completely ignore the ranged magic because at that point we already had 2 other way better options. This magic attack has its own boss built around it. They really wanted you to try it out. Not only all that, but this attack is just in general a lot better than Zeus's Fury was. Being able to actually move around while also firing is a great change. You are no longer locked in place when selecting the magic. The time it takes you to actually start firing after pressing the button is pretty much instant this time around, whereas before, Kratos would do this little wind up while he threw the first bolt. Pressing triangle does Lethal Vortex, which will lift enemies in the air. Not only that, but it will also destroy any petrified enemy in the game. Any of them, no matter the health, in one hit. This means that this upgrade is incredibly useful, especially when dealing with a ton of petrified enemies at once. The hammer is just incapable of taking all of these guys out in one go. Later on we get this charge shot, and it's okay I guess, it's a kind of a neat idea, it doesn't do crazy damage. The really only notable thing about it is that if there's an enemy that is actually 2 enemies combined, the hit counter will kind of glitch out and do way more hits than it's supposed to. Like with the Barbarian King and his horse, or the Beast Lord and the Cyclops. Lastly, we have this tornado thing that we can do that does pretty good damage and has great coverage. It's almost like a entirely new magic attack onto itself. Like I mentioned before, the animation that plays while you're taking out the bow gives you iframes, so even if you aren't using this magic attack to do damage, you'll be using it to avoid damage. Also to hit faster with the hammer. Again, that's really useful, you really need to learn how to do that. This is a great magic attack, and it really was smart of them to give this to you first. However, I do still think it might be the weakest option, which in this case isn't saying much because all the magic attacks in this game are great. But more often than not, you won't be dealing with enemies far enough away for you to warrant wasting your magic on them. That being said, it does still have its uses, and it's just kind of fun to mess around with every once in a while. I wonder if that's why there's more flying enemy types in this game to incentivize you to use this more, because I ended up doing that quite often, so maybe that just is the answer. Okay, I guess it does have more uses than I initially thought. I'll give it that. Next we have Kronos Rage. This one was my favorite as a kid, maybe my second favorite. Instead of being an AoE attack, this lightning magic is more like the DG2 from COD Zombies. I heard someone recently compare it to the Army of Hades because of the fact that you cast the magic, but you can still move around and do attacks normally while it's doing its own damage. Never really thought of it that way, but I mean, it does kind of make sense. I don't exactly remember where I heard this from. Was it Zesty? It might have been Zesty, I don't know. Was it Brain Scratch? It might have been Lewis. That sounds like something he would have said. Upgrading it has to do more damage and hit more enemies, and eventually it will do this little explosion thing after it's done. However, you want to be careful with this because this little explosion thing, if you're petrified, will destroy you. So, for some reason, it turns into like a friendly fire thing, so be careful when using this around Medusas, Gorgons. Why'd I call them Medusas? I know they're called Gorgons, whatever. It's really good, and I mean really good, for racking up that hit counter, and the damage it does is pretty good as well. However, I found myself not using it as much as I have in the past, and I didn't even upgrade it all the way till almost the very end. Now, that's probably more because I am more conscious of my magic use. When I was a child, I used to spam a lot of magic, and I'm trying to not do that while playing these games, because I know that's not the optimal way of playing them. It's also kind of like a noob thing to do, to spam magic to get through things. So I tried to use magic as least as possible sometimes, to my detriment maybe. Still though, it's pretty powerful and you should not overlook it at all. It's really good for stopping enemies in their tracks because they will be stopped by the electricity. Some of the smaller enemies, of course, not the bigger ones. This makes it really good for the translator section. Don't worry, we'll talk about that. O'Reilly's head, it's actually head of O'Reilly, not O'Reilly's head, so whoopsie. Works very much like Medusa's gaze from the last game, but is better in almost every way. And by almost, I think it's literally just better in every way, actually. Just like with the bow, you can now move around while casting this. This greatly reduces the risk when using it, since you're not locked into place and you can actually just back away from enemies that are about to hit you. Just like last time, you get 15 red orbs from shattering a petrified enemy or crushing them. Sadly, the ruined kill, which was letting a petrified enemy that was in the air smash themselves on the ground, now also only gives you 15 red orbs instead of the 30 that it used to. It's not that big of a deal, but it is sad. Why did they change that? There's literally no reason to change that at all. Why would they do that? I don't know, I don't like that at all. That's a dumb change. In the first game, if you didn't have enough magic to stone the enemy, or if they were too far away, the indicator would turn red to indicate the fact that you cannot stone the enemy. This isn't the case in this game, and I have no idea why. This is probably the one instance in where it's not better than the Medusa gaze in the first game. So I guess I should still say almost in every way. I should maybe trust the script that I wrote and not improvise on the spot, because then it makes me look stupid. So you might just end up wasting your magic without knowing it. Like last time, we have this flash that will speed up the process of petrifying the enemy, but at a cost of more magic. This time we have these orbs things that can petrify enemies in a certain area. I really never use this attack, but you can find use for it. It's kind of like almost like a bomb kind of thing that goes off. Like it affects enemies around the enemy that it hits. But I just never really used it myself, honestly. Now that happens if you press the circle button. Now if you hold it, you'll get Gorgon Rage, which was a thing in the first game, but here it's just infinitely better than the version of it that was in the first game. Here, it will stone enemies that are around you. It won't be all the enemies in the area unlike the first game, but here it won't waste all of your magic. This, combined with the bow, can make encounters that are usually ball-bustingly hard very easy. This was very satisfying to pull off. It took a little while, but once I got it, it felt really good. I almost think this magic is too good. It's not the answer for every problem in the game, but it was the answer that failed me the least amount of times. It also doesn't take that many red orbs to upgrade, which makes this thing even crazier. That might have been to incentivize people to use this magic, because I don't know how many people actually utilize Medusa's gaze in the first game. Now, of course, you can't use it for everything. Yes, it made this encounter a lot easier, but that's only because I knew you could do this with the bow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even tried stoning all these enemies at the same time because I wouldn't have been able to destroy them all in time, so I'd just be wasting magic. Most people don't use the hammer at all, so they'll try to crush the enemies with their blades, which sometimes can work just fine, but other times it's just way easier to do it with the hammer. The biggest discouragement from using this magic is that if you fail to capitalize on their stoned state, it feels like you just wasted magic, because, I mean, you would have if you don't actually destroy them at that point. Like I mentioned last time, I didn't use this attack much as a kid because I felt that it was pretty gimmicky. Now though, I use it all the time. For orb farming for hard encounters. Sometimes I used it because I knew I had a magic refill soon and I might as well do it. It's a great tool, but perhaps it might be too great. This is probably why this was the last God of War game to have a proper petrification system. I mean, yeah, there is something in 3, but it's just not nearly as, it's not the same. Finally, we have Atlas Quake. This used to be my favorite as a kid, for real this time though. This actually was my favorite. Close second was Kronos Rage. It's basically Poseidon's Rage, but instead of electricity, it's stones and earthquakes and stuff like that. You even mash the circle button to enhance the attack like with Poseidon's Rage. It's pretty powerful, it has good range, and it can cause knockbacks, I believe. Sadly though, this is the only magic attack that is affected by difficulty, meaning that it won't be as good on the highest difficulty as it would be on normal. It does have its uses still, notably in the elevator section here, and in the translator section, we'll get to it, but it was the one I used the least, and that's probably because I know the fact that it's affected by the difficulty setting. If I hadn't known that though, I probably would have used it a lot more often. And I imagine that people usually use this thing quite often because, I mean, it looks cool and it feels really powerful. And it is pretty powerful on normal, which is what most people play on. So yeah, just like last time, magic is a resource that you need to manage. If you just go spending it willy-nilly, then you're gonna have a hard time later on in the game, maybe, potentially, depending on what encounter you use it and save it on. So, sometimes you should save it, and other times you should spew it out like crazy. I myself usually was more conservative with it, but I really didn't need it to, but I just felt like doing it because I feel like a scrub if I just spam it. So, which game has the better magic? Is this an overall upgrade from the last game, or more of a sidestep? The first game had some crazy damage output from magic like Poseidon's Rage and Army of Hades, while this game has Chronos Rage and Atlas Quake. Though I do think the first game beats it out on that. It might not, I haven't looked at the numbers, Mason, but it's just a gut feeling. It feels more powerful in the first game, but maybe I'm wrong, but I'm probably not because I'm never wrong about anything. However, the Gorgon head we have in this game is just a way better version of the Gorgon head we had in the last game, and the bow is infinitely better than Zeus's Fury, which has a bunch of different damaging options and utility moves that the other magic simply did not have. So I do think I have to give the edge over to this game when it comes to magic. Not only that, but we do also technically have Poseidon's Rage in this game as well, which means that there's just more magic options in this game than in the last one. If you disagree with me though, I understand where you're coming from, because the matter of fact is that both of these games have great magic systems. They're not only just very useful, but also they just are cool as hell, frankly. Which is a totally legitimate category for real. I am getting a bit ahead of myself, but although I really like the fact that we get at least one of the magic attacks from the first game, I would have absolutely loved to see all of them in the intro. Maybe that is a bit too much to ask for, but come on, that would have been cool as hell. More importantly, it would have opened up possibilities in New Game Plus even more so. Since you can get Poseidon's Rage for New Game Plus, you would have also been able to get the other ones as well. In an ideal world, the Totally Real remaster that's coming up for the 20th anniversary, which is happening in a few days from this video being released, will include this change to add this stuff to the game. And will also include on-the-fly graphic switching like the Soul Reaver remaster did. We will also be able to use God of War 2 magic in the first game, and the model from the first game will also be an option for this game's New Game Plus, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Modders, I believe in you. You can make this real even if Santa Monica won't. Maybe. Actually, I don't. That might be harder than it actually sounds, but I believe in you. Please. Please. Let's finish this section off not by wishing upon a star and never receiving what we're wishing for, because this is not going to happen, but let's talk about Rage of the Gods. Titans, Rage of the Titans. Last time we were enveloped in an armor of electricity while in this mode. This time we are covered in fire. Personally, I liked how the last one looked a bit more, but there are more pressing matters than aesthetics here. The moveset you have changes when you are in this mode, just like last time, but now it's just much more impactful. The light attack has this very wide reach to it, ending in a very powerful thrust that can send enemies flying. The heavy attack is also rather nice, but I honestly did use this one less than the first one. The way that damage is increased in this mode is that it will raise your blades by 2 levels. So if you're at level 1, you will do damage equivalent to level 3 blades. With secondaries, however, it is only raised by 1, and I believe the same goes for magic. I'm not exactly sure how it works when you're already at max level blades. I assume it does more damage at that point, but maybe it just becomes a damage reducer, because you do take a lot less damage while in this mode. Now that was the case in the first game as well, but I think it's just a lot better in this game. I could be wrong, but I did feel like it was significantly better here than before. Pressing the block button will have this burst out of Kratos. Later in the game, we get an upgraded version of this rage mode, in which, if we have 25 hits or more, we can summon this fire tornado by pressing the block button. It will then use the hit counter as a sort of timer to it. The more hits you have, the longer the tornado will last, and it does pretty good damage as well. So in theory, you can utilize this while in combination with Chronos Rage to get a lot of hits and have the tornado last quite a while. However, that's not even the coolest addition to the Rage mode. We can now, get this, actually turn it off once we have turned it on. That's right, we no longer have to use the whole bar at once. We can save it for later. I don't actually know if the bar fills up faster than it did in the first game, and that's because I think once or twice used the whole thing at once. I usually just used a bit of it. Most of the time I used it for boosting damage on these type of attacks, so I would just turn it on and then off immediately. So this means that there is no way in hell I'm going to count how many times I used it like I did in the last video. I know it's way more than 11 times because that was the amount of times I used it in the first game, and that's all I really need to know. I'm just gonna go ahead and say maybe 30 plus times I use this. It might actually be even more, but I really don't feel like going through 11 hours of footage just to see how many times I press those damn buttons. I didn't feel like I needed to use it that much, but I mean I was using it quite often, just not in the way that most people use it, which is like a get out of jail free card. And by get out of jail free card I mean like they're in a sticky situation and they need to get out of it very quickly. I think I only did that like once or twice. So I guess in theory this is another thing that I could have utilized more, but I don't feel like I was misusing it at all. If you are new to the series and are having a hard time, this will help a decent amount for some of those harder encounters. The only thing that the last rage mode has over this one besides looks is the infinite magic option. In the last game, if you maxed out your blades, you would get infinite magic while in rage mode. Now, this was an inevitable change due to the fact that we can stop and start this thing pretty much whenever we want to now. It would have been a cool option to be able to activate a overdrive mode for this rage mode that would have drained the meter a lot quicker, but it also would have given us an infinite magic option. You would have to lock people out of turning the rage mode off once you go into overdrive to make this fair, I guess. It's not the biggest loss there not being an infinite magic option in this game at all, but I do kind of miss it a little bit. While we are fantasizing about things that will never happen, imagine if in the remaster you could play with either Rage Mode and New Game Plus. That would be very cool. That would be a very cool option to have. And now you are all sad that that will never happen, and so am I. I just want to remind everybody that all of this footage that you're seeing is being played on the hardest difficulty setting on the game. In the last video, I came to the conclusion that God of War 1 on the hardest difficulty was an engaging experience that forced you to properly utilize the arsenal the game provides you with. Most people's problems with what they perceive as a simplistic game design would be mitigated by selecting a difficulty that wasn't the default. I also noted that pretty much everybody that reviewed that game on YouTube was playing on normal. That being said, I also concluded that once you know how to handle enemies, it was a pretty done deal. Most enemies could be defeated by infinitely air grabbing them. One of the most interesting enemies in the game could be looped pretty easily once you learned how, and so on. But none of that took away from the game, nor was it a good reason to dismiss it as a button masher. I also consider the fact that I might have gotten too good at the game to really tell how hard or easy it was, and I wondered if a similar thing would happen when I covered this game. Considering the fact that I believe that this game was significantly harder than the last. At the time, I had only played God of War 2 on very hard once, and it was not an easy time by any means. I had also only played it one time on hard, and that one wasn't easy either. Was easier, but not by much. I have now played the game 3 times on hard and twice on very hard. So, is God of War 2 really that much harder than the first game is? Yes, it is. I can say that even if we're just comparing normal mode, 2 has it over 1, but especially when it comes to very hard, which is the difficulty that you should strive to play on. I have also, guessing because of my multiple playthroughs when reviewing the first game, and my 2 additional hard mode playthroughs, have gotten a lot better at God of War in general. I'm not claiming that I'm good at the game. There are plenty of things that I could be doing better and that more skilled players can do with much more ease. I just want to note the fact that I don't find this game harder from the first because I'm just bad at it. I'll say it right here, this was probably like 10 times easier than what I went through back in 2022 when I first played the game on very hard. Like night and day different, like it's insane. I really hope I'm able to find screenshots of some of these old reviews of the first game, but I remember seeing at some point reviews that mentioned a lack of difficulty from that game from back in the day. I have a feeling that Santa Monica looked at that and put that on the list of things that needed improving. And so, they did manage to fix that. The game is at a comfortable difficulty. So, how did they do that? What did they change exactly? I don't actually know. Is it an increase in attack damage? Is it a frequency of attack that was increased? Is it the enemy lineup that does it? Is it the new enemies themselves? I'm just not sure, but I know for a fact that it is harder. I remember thinking at the end of my first playthrough on Very Hard that I never wanted to play on it ever again. Like, you know how Zesty is now saying he's never gonna do another Oko because it's like bad for his health? I was basically at that point, like mentally, after my first playthrough on Very Hard. Like I was like, never again. This is not worth it. Don't get me wrong, it was fun to do the first time, but not enough for me to want to go back and do it again ever. Of course, that was before I decided to review these games on Very Hard, so I had to force myself to follow my own standards. And I am so glad that I did, because this difficulty, once you know how to utilize everything the game gives you, is what I was looking for in the first game. It's not too easy up until the end, but it's also not impossible. It's at a comfortable level where if I slip up, it's my fault and I get punished for it. It makes me do more than just the basic ass light attack combo. If you just try and square, triangle everything on this difficulty, you won't be able to beat the game. You cannot approach the game that way here or here. I mean, you can't do that anywhere in the game. The early game is easier, obviously, but you especially can't do it here, is what I'm trying to say. And even if somebody is able to beat the game by just doing that one move on this difficulty setting, they would be just proving my point by showing that you're making the game so much harder for yourself by doing that. Now, one of the things that this game does that the first one didn't on the hardest difficulty is reducing the orbs you get. I don't know what the percentage is reduced by, but you will get less orbs here in comparison to the other difficulties. Just to give some perspective, while playing on hard, I could have upgraded my blades and my bow by the time I got to Theseus. On Very Hard, I had to choose one or the other, and I wasn't very close to being able to upgrade the other. Small single orbs you get from breaking pots and the like actually don't count at all, and some chests with the smaller amount of orbs just won't count either. You absorb them, but the number just doesn't go up. This will, and I hate the term, but I don't have another one that I could use here, artificially make the game harder. The damage you do will be technically set back because of a lack of upgrades, more or less. Not only that, but chests won't fully heal you, nor will they give you full magic. This means that you really need to manage your resources. Is health a resource? I don't know. You cannot just spam magic in every fight because you might be going into the next one with almost no magic. And if you just happen to use all your magic on a much easier fight than the one that is to come, well, you do the math. Trying to get by with the least amount of health loss and the least amount of magic used per battle is a good way of going at it. Finding other ways to deal with problems is going to make a lack of consistent magic refills a less of an issue. Also, the QTE kills will always give you the same amount of red orbs regardless of the difficulty, so they're kind of even more important to go after than they were before. So let's start talking about the enemies. I will go in order just as I did in my last video. There really isn't that much to say about the Rhodesian guys. They just kind of run at you and shoot you from afar. You can kill them all with a single grab. They're just fodder, basically. The first real enemy we encounter are the Harpies. Oh boy. They aren't much different from the first game. They can swoop at you, they can grab you, which I think is a new thing, and they overall are just pretty annoying. I hate the flying enemies in this game, and they are absolutely no exception. The only thing that's good about them is that you can do the alternative Orion Harpoon on them to toss them towards enemies. Or miss. Later on we encounter the types that have the dive bomb move as an option. These were in the first game, but the difference here is that now it will linger a bit on you before the attack actually happens. I don't know which one I like more, actually. In the last video I said I like this version of it more because it gives you time to move around, but I think I just hate it equally, actually. I don't like this enemy. I hate it. It's annoying. I don't like it. In-depth analysis be damned. The Fate Sentries are like the undead from the first game, though their attacks are a bit different. They like to do 2 hits in a row quite often, which might catch you off guard early on. This enemy actually continues to show up in the game all the way up to the very last combat encounter, which is pretty cool. Later on we get this red armor variant called Fate Guardian, and woohoo, I love how he looks. I don't know what it is about their armor, but it just looks really good to me. I think it might be the red. I just kind of like red armor sets in games for some reason. Sadly, there isn't a third version of this enemy, it just stops here, so it's not exactly like the undead in the first game. It's not that big of a deal, but this is a trend when comparing enemies from the last game. The first game liked to have various versions of the same enemy, while in this one, that only happens a few times. The Minotaur is now back, working mostly like it did before. The first version we come across is actually an Ice Minotaur, real name Erebus Minotaur. Just like last time, we can kill it with a QT if we damage it enough, and it's not exactly the same animation, it is close enough, but this one does look a little more brutal. And just like last time, this is a way of getting green orbs out of the enemy. Like I mentioned before, unlike last time, we now get both green and red orbs from doing this regardless of the hit counter. We can no longer infinite air grab them to death. They will no longer bounce back up, they will just stay on the ground. Now, this makes me feel like that wasn't actually an intended mechanic in the first game. Either that, or this time around they just decided that it probably wasn't that good of an option to have for balancing reasons. Another reason why they might have removed the bouncing thing is because now the Minotaur is a lot easier to bring into the air, like significantly so. Before, if the Minotaur was in a certain attacking animation and you did an attack that would normally bring them in the air, they just wouldn't. Now though, it seems like you can do it almost at any point, probably not at any point, but definitely a lot easier than it was in the first game. Sadly though, it's a decision that doesn't have much impact on the game because the Minotaur doesn't show up nearly as much as it did in the last game. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go back and get more footage of these guys just because we barely fight them at all. And if I talk too long about them, I might just not have enough stuff to show you guys. I never really noticed this fact as a kid, but when you think about it, yeah, it's a pretty rare enemy type in this game. The only variant is the normal one, which we get later. The only thing that I noticed that is different from the other one is that you can actually catch their axe swing and then you can throw it back at them and it looks very cool. I'm not even sure if I'm doing anything to trigger this or if this attack itself automatically triggers the struggle session. I think that might be the case. Their Orion Harpoon option will launch them forward this time instead of slamming them down like the last time, so it's really good for hitting other enemies. Now, there is another Minotaur in the game, but it's not just a variant on this one, it's actually just a completely different enemy, so I'll cover it later. The Gorgon also returns. Funny how we fight this thing before we have any magic attacks, so their QTE just gives us red orbs here. I don't see why they didn't push back the encounter a bit, since this area we're in is the area where we get our magic attack, and we have to come through this area twice anyways. Not a big deal though, just an observation. They don't seem to have anything different in their moveset that I can tell at least. Just like before, they can petrify you, which will put you in a one-hit death scenario. However, you can still wiggle yourself out of this state, which isn't very mythologically friendly, but it is very gamer friendly. Of course, you can avoid being petrified by jumping around like an idiot. I mean rolling. Their Orion Harpoon option also sends them flying just like how the Minotaur does it, and we also can no longer infinite air grab them. You want to know what else is also just like the Minotaur? We barely encounter this enemy in this game. Again, I feel like people like a certain YouTuber we all know were the loudest ones in 2005, so Santa Monica heavily scaled back this enemy type. Which again is a shame because this game introduces the hard counter to them, the Golden Fleece. In case you skipped the previous section, when they are shooting their gaze at you, if you press the block button, you will parry the attack and have a chance to reflect it back at the surrounding enemies, including the Gorgon itself. If you fail to press the right button or even press the button in time, you will still get petrified, which might seem a bit too easy to pull off, but later on we encounter the Gorgon Assassin, which will use the Gorgon Flash from the first game that we had. Now, you can trigger this attack by false grabbing them. This will always result in them doing the flash, so you can take advantage of this. However, in the last normal combat encounter in the game, we get the Gorgon Queen. False grabbing them will have them shoot out this slow moving orb, so it's kind of a mix-up in that way. You can still use this to counter the attack and petrify the surrounding enemies, but it isn't as easy as before. Because of the slowness of the attack and the environment in which you are in, it's gonna throw you off a bit. It's almost like they knew you were gonna try to do this, so they made the response significantly slower than the other one. Also, this model is just Medusa from the first game, which, I mean, it's called the Gorgon Queen, so I guess it makes sense. But This isn't Medusa. I don't have much more to say about this enemy because of how few times they actually show up. It's almost like this game was trying really hard to not just be like the first one, but only slightly different. Reducing the amount of enemies that were in the first game is the easiest way to do this. It will immediately make things feel less familiar. However, I do think they should have added more Gorgon encounters in the game, just to make the moment when you get the Golden Fleece more impactful. By the way, the sound that plays when you parry something is cool as hell. Man, so good. Why was it removed in 3? Next we have dogs. You grab them and kick them. And that's about it. There really isn't much more to say about them. You should just always grab them always because you can and because it launches them towards other enemies. So, yeah, it's a fun enemy to fight, but I literally have nothing more to say about them. Something that's a bit more interesting at the very least is the Cerberus. It's not the same kind of Cerberus that was in the first game, and it surprisingly only shows up here for some reason. Why is God of War 2 doing this? Anyways, it doesn't spawn more of itself like the other one did, which makes it a lot easier to deal with. However, just like the other one, it can actually shoot fire at you. Once you do enough damage to it, you can do a QTE, which will rip off one of its heads, and it will give you yellow orbs for doing this. Yeah, I love the fact that we actually get to mess with the heads this time around. It not being a thing in the first game was really strange to me. But again, I did start with this game, so maybe that's why I was expecting to be able to do that. Once again, they can pounce on you just like before, and you gotta wiggle the stick. Later on, we get the Cerberus Breeder, which is the one from the first game, and once again, it's just in one single encounter. Why is the game doing this? However, we do fight a lot more of them at a time here, so in theory, you could be fighting a lot of Cerberuses because of the seeds. We encounter archers here, and even though we did briefly encounter them in the snow level, they are a lot more prominent here. They aren't as annoying as they were in the last game, but that's mostly because they, once again, appear less often than they did in general. These guys are really good for throwing at other enemies because of the wide swing you do, which was exactly like you did in the first game, something that new enemies like the sentries don't have. Also, you can now use the right stick to target which enemies you want to throw the enemy at, which is something that you could not do in the last game. I think there is technically a way of selecting which target, but I never figured out how. Here though, it's as easy as just moving the right stick. Thank God. Thank Yeshua. Siren Widows are the new Siren variant we find in this game. They aren't as slippery as the old ones were. Thank Yeshua yet again. These have a pretty cool first encounter in which you have to grab kill them in order to break this wall away. Their grab animation is the same animation that played in the Desert of Lost Souls when you killed those sirens, which is pretty cool. Other than that, they're a pretty simple enemy. They hit and move around. You can launch them and throw them at each other pretty easily. Especially in this encounter, you can get a pretty fast kill doing that. Later on, we have to sacrifice them in the fire in this room. Not anything too crazy. I do like combo matting them. I don't know why I did this. I just kind of did this on the spot, but it was fun. This isn't a combo mat by any means, by the way. I'm just playing. They give off blue orbs when you kill them, which is very nice. The old version is here as well, but they seem to be lacking the suck move they had before, which, fine, I guess. They also have gained a electrical trap ability, which I'm not too fond of. It's more annoying than anything else. And yeah, these are pretty annoying in the Loom Chamber because of their projectiles that they fire at you. They also seem to retaliate a lot by throwing a projectile at you, or at least a lot more than what you might expect. So parrying them is very satisfying because they're annoying. They're pretty annoying enemies. They also do the shriek as before, in which you have to wiggle the stick to get out of. This time though, since we can trick in the air, you can trick through this blast, is what I would have said originally, but I think you can just be in the air and nothing happens. Maybe if you have the wings only. I don't know. There was a few times where I didn't trick and I still didn't get stunned by this, so I don't know. It might have been because I had the wings and I was gliding and that's why I didn't get affected, but I'm not sure. Either that or you just don't have to trick and you can just be in the air, which is kind of funny if that is the case. Maybe it might just be a PS2 thing. I don't know. I've never heard anybody talk about that before, so I'm not sure what's going on here, but something's going on. The Hades Nymph is yet another annoying enemy that I hate. Only good thing about them is when you grab them, they turn into bombs that you throw at other enemies. The Wraiths are back, and they have been renamed to Wraiths of Athens, which makes sense because they're from Athens. They have a neat first encounter, which will definitely trip up some new players. I haven't mentioned this mechanic up to this point anywhere in the video, and I really don't know where I could even talk about it, so I guess we're talking about it right here. Right before this section, we get the Amulet of the Fates. When we run into these statues, if we press L1 and R1 at the same time, we will slow down time for a short period indicated by this bar. This is mostly used for puzzles, but when we can, it's a lot of fun to use it in combat. Just imagine what the enemies must see.
We will never allow you.
Also, this statue, it does the exact same thing that this statue in Soul Reaver does. Also, going into a green tinted world in order to complete puzzles, that's almost like realm shifting in Soul Reaver, but not exactly, but close enough for me to mention it in the video in this way. Anyways, the Wraiths are back and they are annoying as hell. I think this is due to the fact that they burrow underground so often. I could be wrong, but I feel like they didn't do this nearly as much in the first game. We can still grab them without the need to weaken them first, but that doesn't negate the fact that while we are doing that, another one is probably preparing to attack us. Lucky for us, we can use this camera manipulation trick to stop them from doing that. In this encounter, we also fight the nymphs. They shoot this green stuff at you. I don't know what this is supposed to be, but it's green. And they can trap you in this web, which makes it extra annoying. Can you tell I hate the flying enemies in this game? But wait, there's also this new variant of the Wraith, which is even worse than the original. Oh, they're gone. Okay, I know I took them out really quickly here, but that's because I know what they're capable of, okay? They have this green thing that they can throw at you, and it can keep you in hit stun for such a long time, which will open you up to even more attacks. It's not like this is a secondary attack option. This is it for them. This is what they do. Parrying this attack basically does nothing if they're far enough away from you. It's technically a melee attack and not a projectile attack, so you just slam the ground. This enemy sucks. There is one single encounter with them in the game, but that's enough to make you despise them. They are the worst. Unless you do this to them. No, but seriously, they do suck ass and not in the fun way. Next, we have both the Cyclops Tyrant and the Wild Boar. The Wild Boar is rather interesting because both us and the Cyclops can use them against one another. If you just grab them normally, you're gonna gut them immediately and it's not that useful. But if you use the alternative Orion Harpoon, you will throw these guys towards the Cyclops. The Cyclops is just like the old one, but it lacks its bone weapon. Later on though, we do get the exact same one from the first game, which is funny because at a glance they look basically the same, but they are slightly different. Tricking these guys is a lot of fun to do, especially with the hammer. Later on we can make them run off this ledge to their deaths, which is pretty funny. The Berserkers are the new variant to this game. They seem to always do this kick into this ground pound, which makes it a bit harder to trick, I guess, but actually not that hard if you know what you're doing. However, it can become a lot deadlier of an enemy once the Beast Lord mounts it. Their attacks become much faster and they get this 360 sweep attack. Now, getting the Beast Lords off of them is really easy once you know how to do it. You just have to grab them, which you might not even think you can do, but you can, so there's that. Of course, if you don't know you can do this, well then, good luck. This is also the first time we actually take out a Cyclops' eye, which again is something that I'm surprised the first game didn't have. Doing this 20 times unlocks a costume for New Game Plus. I have absolutely nothing to say about the Barbarian Mercenaries because they're basically not even an enemy type. Speaking of the Beast Lords though, they are next. You can grab these guys to death, so they're not that big of a problem, but they do have this running attack which will break your guard. It looks like they're doing damage to you, but they're not, they're just breaking the guard. Their air guard is also very strange. I like it, but it's just kind of weird, you know? It's kind of strange looking. What's really cool about them is their Orion Harpoon, as it can be done right after you take them off the Berserker, and the animation will then hit the Berserker itself. It's great for spreading around damage to surrounding enemies. These guys can actually spawn in Berserkers in a few areas in the game, so watch out. Other than that though, they aren't that bad to deal with. Next we have the Jason and the Argonauts reference, which was originally going to be in the first game. These guys have a pretty long wind-up attack, but likewise, it lasts pretty long once it has started. They also like to laugh at you a lot. Stop that. Once they get the circle prompt above their head, if you don't take them out fast enough, they will fall apart and then reconstruct themselves yet again. The hammer makes really short work of them though. The Hades fiends are these chicks that will throw fire at you. You can actually block these without it doing damage, but it will break your block, and it does look like it does damage to you, but it doesn't. Once you take them out, they will start crawling towards you and explode, and this explosion will do damage to you. They have the same cool Orion harpoon animation as the Beast Lords do, which is pretty cool. Next we have, oh look, it's the Undead Legionnaire from the first game. Nice, glad to see they're still getting work and all. I don't know if this is actually true, but it feels like this enemy is harder to deal with in this game than they were in the first one. Their attacks are all the same, maybe they attack more often or something, I'm not sure. Anyways, not too long after this, we come across the second type of Minotaur, the Hades version. These are very chunky boys that cannot be launched into the air like the normal ones can. These guys have a lot of heavy attacks that can mess you up, including this heavy slam that is unblockable. However, you can false grab them, which will always give you this response, which you can easily trick through and then hit them from the back. People are going to try to false grab women now. They have a very cool QTE kill, probably the longest one in the game other than the Cyclops. Oh my god, it's the Legionnaire Captain! Lucky for him, we can no longer loop him like we could in the first game. Oh, never mind, I guess. I didn't even know about this until recently, and I was planning for over a year to happily say that this enemy could no longer be looped like they could in the first game, so you had to actually engage with them, but I was wrong. These guys cannot catch a break, man. I used to fear these guys, man. What happened? I mean, technically nothing. I just learned about something. They're unchanged from, you know, when I used to play the game as a kid. Just get out of my face, man. You fell off. The Titan Minotaur is an enemy that I will not call a mini-boss, but almost works like one. You fight this guy a few different times, and he has a bunch of different smashing and swinging attacks. He can also throw boulders at you, which you can trick. Although there is a pretty easy way of exploiting him by standing here in this spot, and then moving away far enough from him so that he goes back to sleep, and then you can just do it all over again. I'm sure this jump scared a lot of people back in the day, which is pretty cool to think about. I don't remember it ever doing that to me, but it might have. The ending QTE is very similar to a boss one, which is probably why people call this a mini-boss, I mean, apart from his stature. I'll just say it's a special enemy though. Though this last one does have like different phases to it, kind of, almost. So it's like almost a mini-boss. A micro-boss? The Juggernauts are a new heavy enemy that totally get destroyed by the hammer. It's crazy. They will get stunned at a certain point in their health bar, so you can just chain stun into stun and, well, stun lock them. They lose armor as you do this, which is a nice touch. They have a very satisfying grab kill that will give you yellow orbs unless you kill them with the hammer, at which point it just gives you normal orbs, which is pretty cool, I guess. Apparently there's two different versions of these guys, which you might not even notice. The Loon Chamber ones like to run at you, which is a really bad attack because the run itself is an attack, and then there's another attack that follows up once they stop running. And they also really like to chain runs into runs into runs sometimes. Very obnoxious, especially considering the limited room there is in the Loom Chamber. However, if you can get these guys alone in the Loom Chamber, the hammer will definitely destroy them still. Next is the High Priest of the Fates, which will summon enemies and do other magic stuff at you. Like hitting you with this attack, which will make you not be able to jump for a short period of time, and draining your magic via a grab. Grabbing will put you into the struggle section, and I really like how he's blocking our attack with magic. I don't know if they're actually speaking Greek here, but I do like their chants. They mostly spawn normal Minotaurs, but there is this one section where they will spawn Fate Guardians. We'll get to it. It's important to prioritize them because if you don't, then they will spawn in more and more enemies. Doubly so if there's more than just one of these guys in the encounter. Lastly, we have the Satyr Champion, an enemy that is even more difficult to fight than the normal Satyr. oh, they're dead. Yeah, again, this is one of those cases where I know these enemies are really tough to fight, so I didn't even bother messing around and just took them out as fast as I could. Now, that might make them seem like a joke, but no, these flippy dippy bastards are probably the hardest enemies to fight one-on-one in the game. Their speed is crazy, their damage is crazy, they have long attack strings, fast movement, and overall they're just a pretty versatile enemy. The classic satyrs are also back, but I did find them to be less of a pain to deal with. Now, not to say that they aren't a pain to deal with, and you do have to be very careful here because they can turn the tide of battle really quickly. They are still pretty strong, but not as annoying as the first ones are in my opinion. So we have a lot of enemies here, and there was only one enemy type that didn't return from the last game. And there was a bunch of new ones on top of that. I think the variety in enemies this time around doesn't just add more complexity to the game, but it also keeps things feeling very fresh. Like I mentioned before, the fact that the most common enemies in the last game are barely in this one is probably for the best. Otherwise, things could have started to feel a little too much like the last game. Enemies like the Beast Lords or the Cursed Remains bring enough new elements to the table, while old enemies get a fresh coat of paint. The game could have utilized the lineup a bit better. Like, this encounter is memorable and all, but that might be just because it's at the start of the game. That being said, I don't know which encounter I would change. Change as in changing the enemies, not the idea of the encounter itself. There are a few annoying enemies in the mix, but nothing that makes it unbearable, not by a long shot. Speaking of which, let's pivot back to difficulty. So sadly, I was just too base while making my first review, and I only had one hard disagreement in the comments, and it was about the Blades of Chaos and Athena's blades being different sets of blades. They aren't, they are literally the same. We see them revert back to their normal state at the beginning of this game. Are you really telling me that Athena had a pair of blades that looked just like the ones that Ares had for some reason? Which sucks because I did want to hear some counter arguments for playing on the hardest difficulty. I didn't get that in my comments, but I did find an argument. Both in the comments from different God of War reviews, but also from the funny man himself.
One thing about God of War combat that pisses fans off is whenever someone calls it casual or mashy. But I mean, functionally...
Again, I just want to state real quickly that I have nothing against K-Bash as an individual. I actually kind of enjoy his videos, they're pretty fun and lighthearted, but I do think that he's really wrong. So, why shouldn't you play on the hardest difficulty? Because it makes the enemies way too spongy, and because on the hardest difficulty, the only thing that you can really do is play defensively. That's basically the arguments that I found by looking around for an argument to counter mine, and it's one that K-Bash himself agrees with.
Unfortunately, many enemy types exist across every God of War game who reduce the gameplay down to / roll. And so, this kind of enemy design is either teaching you with its hardest challenges to get conservative with attacks, or encouraging you to not be particularly creative, even passive.
So, let's address the claims. Does it really turn enemies into damage sponges? Not really. As I've shown throughout this video, some enemies can be destroyed really quickly if you use the right tools. And that's where the problem lies. I think that most people are just pressing this one button over here and nothing else. You see? If you're doing that, well then yes, things become way too spongy on the harder difficulties. If you go into God of War, any of the games, believing what a lot of people say about them, that you can just tap the buttons rhythmically without much thought, then you are going to have a bad time if you try anything above normal mode. I've already shown you that you can take out enemies with comfortable ease if you know what to use. But here's some more evidence. This Loom Chamber section is a gauntlet of enemies. It's the hardest enemy encounter in the game. We'll get to that one. It took me about 15 minutes to get to the end and beat it. It took Zesty under 13 minutes to beat it. Not much faster, sure, but Zesty was doing it with no upgrades. I, on the other hand, had max level blades and max level hammer. Zesty, on paper, should be outputting less damage than I was. Yet he was able to take out the enemies faster. Why? It's because he utilized the tools that he has at his disposal in a better way than I can, or at the very least, just in a faster way. But no, he is just better than me. The only part of the fight that I did faster was with the satyrs, and that's because I used the Gorgon Rage. So even when certain people go out of their way to play the game with the lowest damage output possible, if they are good enough, they can play the game at about the same pace as someone that has max damage output. And in this case, even a bit faster. So no, the hardest difficulty definitely does not make enemies take too little damage or anything. As a matter of fact, I was surprised many times just by how fast I was able to beat certain bosses. No encounter felt like it overstayed its welcome. We'll get to that one. So if enemies are taking too long to beat in your case, Maybe just try doing something else. But now the second part comes up. It's not that the enemies don't take enough damage, it's that the game makes you take too much damage, so you end up playing way more defensively, which slows the game down. Look, I'm not good at this game, okay? And I still manage to play the game in a manner where I don't have to roll every 2 seconds. Let's turn back to Zesty real quick. He is doing a no upgrade run plus, which means that he is at the lowest health possible. Which means that in theory, he should be more careful than most people because he will die quicker. However, he isn't overly defensive in his playstyle here. Not at all. Yeah, he does back off when he needs to and waits for an opening to attack, but when that opening presents itself, he goes all in. So no, you don't need to play the game more defensively, unless a more defensive way just means that you try to avoid damage like ever. Look, I don't want to shit on Brain Scratch comms, especially not Ryan because he's the one playing here, but come on, brother, you're literally running into the attack here. I understand if you just want to have a nice casual time with a game, any game, that's fine. I'm not gonna go shit on my dad for not playing on the hardest difficulty, but likewise, my father isn't sitting here going, this game is rather meshy. If you are someone that is reviewing, analyzing, or criticizing the game, and you have a problem with how the game plays, and people are telling you that that's because you are playing on a lower difficulty, then adjust. I hope that this side of the community has a loud enough voice one day so that new people that come in and review this game can look at the counter arguments that we have presented and actually address them. And not in a way where you just mention the argument but you don't actually engage with it like what K-Bash did here.
Climb some walls, mash some buttons. But on the real, there's some difficulty choices available. Please don't go online and call our game for babies. Please do not do that.
Like, there's a reason why we're saying that. To be fair to him, he almost like kind of addressed it, but not really. And his address was rather bad, saying that you have to play more defensively. Playing on the hardest difficulty was what I recommended for everybody to play on while playing the first game. This time around, I would say that you might want to stick with the second hardest difficulty though, depending on your skill level. Throwing yourself at the wolves repeatedly won't actually teach you how to deal with them unless you already know how to and are just figuring out how to actually put that knowledge into practice. However, I do think everybody should strive to play this on the highest difficulty because that is the most satisfying difficulty, I would say. It's the most rewarding. And, I mean, if this game is such easy schlop, then you should do that, right? And don't do it in a way where you're just holding the block button forever and then claim that this game is real baby easy, because I'm sure you can do that with most games out there. You can turtle your way through it and then be like, oh, this game's really easy. Well, if it was so easy, then why don't you let go of the block button for more than 2 seconds, eh? So if you're dealing with enemies by just hitting them twice and rolling out of the way, or by continuously holding the block button and not actually playing the game, you're playing the game wrong. The problem isn't the game, it's you. It's like only ever hitting enemies with the stinger and DMC and then complaining how long it takes to kill enemies. I could go on all day, but I think I've made my point. Don't do this. Don't do this. Ultimately, God of War is a series that is easy to get into compared to other games like DMC, but that is hard to master. It could be a game that you pick up and play just once, or it could be a game where you spend hours and hours mastering it. A quick endeavor or a long journey. I am glad that I replayed this game on very hard for this review, because it was probably the most fun I've had with this game since the very first time I played it. I'm excited about going into Chains of Olympus and 3, with the same goal of learning the combat system and utilizing it fully. I'm definitely not just mentioning those games so I have an excuse to actually play something else besides God of War 2 and then insert the footage here. Yeah. I've only played those games once, so they are the games that I'm least familiar with in the series, other than Ghost of Sparta, which I still haven't actually beat, or Ascension, which I still haven't actually played at all. This is a topic that I didn't cover much in my last review, and I felt that I should have. Talking about individual enemies is one thing, but going into specific encounters is another. It's not the same to fight these enemies in the combat arena to fight them in the actual game and the actual environments where you face them. Rhodes doesn't have any real memorable encounters because the enemies are just kind of fodder for you. Obviously, that's not the case with the boss, but we've already covered him. The way the place looks, on the other hand, is really nice. I really like this palace-like area. We never get anything like this from the first game. It would have been all too easy to make the opening area more or less like Athens from the first game, since it's yet another city that is under attack, but that's just not the case. I love the inside of the Colossus, the way it looks, the colors that are here, the fact that there's enemies in here, and we can actually see outside. That's very cool. I actually used to not like this next area of the game very much. I can never tell why, but maybe it's because of the fact that we lose all of our abilities and I just feel kind of weak as hell here. Maybe it's the fact that this is a snow level, something that I never really cared for since those were the ones I disliked the most in Mario 64 growing up. Maybe it's the fact that the next area has more of a, okay, the game really starts now moment than what we have here. I liked it more this time than any other time before it, but it's still at the bottom of my list for this game. There isn't much to say about the encounters themselves. They introduce enemies like the Gorgon and the Minotaur really nicely. Then they throw a bit more of them so you get used to fighting them. I'm not going to be going over every single encounter in this game because this video is long enough as it is, so I don't want it to go for 5 hours. I don't know how long this video is actually going to be. Please don't be close to 5 hours. So this moment for me has always felt like the real start of the game. For one, I love the fact that we just barely managed to get here. Having to climb up here makes it almost feel like we are infiltrating the temple, which we technically are. The color palette of this area is just a lot more appealing to me than the last one was. Same goes for the architecture. There's something about it that I like. The first encounter here is pretty simple, but it teaches you that you can't just mash the buttons, as these enemies will punish you for doing so. It's pretty limited in terms of space, so positioning is very important here, and that is a skill that you need to use throughout the game. The fight against the Cerberus is pretty fun. It most likely will be the first fight that most people have a hard time with, especially if they're just starting out with the game. Utilizing the dogs for collisions makes this fight go a long way faster, which is yet another skill worth learning. The Steeds of Time is a nice looking area. I love how you get from the previous area to this one via this long chain that we walk down. This is a pretty gaudy looking area, I guess. I do prefer the last area, visually speaking. Not much to say about the encounters here, just more of the game getting us used to things, dealing with enemies that we've already fought, but with now different formations. The next area has our first encounter with the Wraiths. It's a neat encounter in which you can utilize the time slow mechanic to overwhelm the enemies. Honestly, fighting enemies while being able to slow down time is a feature that isn't as present as I remembered. Off the top of my head, I can only think of 2 encounters in which you can do that, not counting boss fights. You can break the head, which will remove this ability, so be careful if you actually want to utilize it here. I think pairing this with the Wraiths was a good decision, as a lot of people find this enemy very annoying to fight. After that, we have the first Cyclops encounter, and I've already kind of talked about it in the enemy section of the video. It's a cool encounter. Both you and the Cyclops can utilize the wild boars against each other. There is a chest in the middle of the battle arena, so if you need to, or if you simply want to, you can refill on health or magic. So if you're getting hit too many times, you have a chance to recover mid-fight. Or if you're using a lot of magic, you have the chance to use even more of it. The Bog of the Forgotten is a place that I have mixed feelings about. Visually, it's nothing like what we have seen up to this point in either game. It's kind of doom and gloomy, which can be good. I mean, it is a bog, so it is kind of supposed to bring you down in a way. Our first encounter with the Cursed Remains is pretty neat, since you can utilize the Gorgon Door to stone them for an easy victory. I like how when we first show up, the bones don't actually do anything. It isn't until we come back through this area do they come to life. You might not even notice the bones being there the first time around. The next encounter is also a standout one because it introduces the idea of the Beast Lord being able to call the Berserker and command it. Now this arena isn't particularly large, but it also isn't too small where you can't avoid the Berserker if you really need to. This encounter feels very God of War 1 to me. Having to move along as enemies fight you is a bit reminiscent of this encounter from that game. Though this is a lot easier to manage, and there is another part of this game that resembles that one a bit more. I could do with or without this part. I'm not crazy about it, but it's so short that it's not that big of a problem. This small fight here is pretty neat because it can show you how good petrifying the enemies are, and this is a bit before we get the ability to do that ourselves. Can you believe that this is the first time we run into a Gorgon since the first time we did all the way back here? It's crazy. I feel like it was put here right before we get the Golden Fleece, just so you could tell how much better actually having it is. This encounter introduces the other type of Minotaur. The space we have to deal with isn't that big, and there are quite a number of enemies here, but you can use the smaller ones on the bigger ones, and that helps a little bit. This Wraith encounter is interesting more so because of the enemies themselves and not because of anything else. But I at least can finally mention barriers in this video. As long as I stay right here, they won't be able to attack me, which is quite nice. There are a few spots like this throughout the game, but I never really used them except for this one. All the encounters in this area are quite nice, but I don't have much to say about them. The first encounter we have after the grapple point sequence is pretty long. Once again fighting Hades' Minotaur in a confined space, but now it's even more so, and there's sirens thrown into the mix. But that on its own isn't what makes it long. It's the fact that the next room is actually part of the same encounter. If you die in there, you have to go back all the way to the first room. It's not that bad, but it is quite noticeable given the fact that the checkpoints in this game up to this point have been pretty good. I love how Atlas looks. It's this game's version of Hades with the flesh and bone motif. I mean, we are inside of him, so it does make sense. Stop it. It's not only that though, we also travel across the chains that are around him, and we eventually crawl up his wrists, which is pretty cool. It's a nice break from what we have been seeing up to this point. Really, the only notable encounter here is this one, and I made it really easy with the Gorgon head, and this one, but that's because of how different the enemy is to the other ones we've faced so far. After we get to the game's cover, the encounter here is really good, having to face off Beast Lords that can summon Berserkers and Hades Fiends. Even though it might seem like a lot, the area is big enough so you don't have to deal with it all at the same time. Both of these small enemies have great Orion Harpoon options for dealing damage to surrounding enemies. And there's also this section over here that you can go to in case you're getting overwhelmed. Of course, if you aren't careful, you can actually end up facing a lot more than just one Berserker, and if you're good enough, you can not even face any of them actually. The only reason why I faced one here is because I actually wanted to, but if I really wanted to stop him from calling him in, I totally could have. This next part reminds me of the first game, although it is a lot more interesting than this was, because there's no enemies here. But it's the same kind of concept. I like using Euryal's head here because I don't like flying enemies in this game. Well, here we are, boys. The one we've all been waiting for. This is this game's equivalent to the cage-pushing segment in the first game. I will call this type of sequence the forced sacrifice sequence, but more specifically, this one is called the translator section. If you have ever played this game, You remember this part. It's pretty notorious at this point. Unlike last time, the person that we are escorting actually has a health bar that we need to worry about. So it's no longer just about getting them from point A to B, now it's also about protecting them from damage. It is an interesting idea and it makes for a memorable set piece. It is split into 3 different encounters. The first one has Fate Guardians and dogs. The second one also has Fate Guardians, though this time they have satyrs thrown in the mix. And the final section has you facing off Priest, Guardians, and dogs. They're not the most difficult enemies to fight in the game, so what's wrong with it? The encounter themselves aren't the problem. These are pretty simple enemies to fight, all things considered. The second wave is a bit harder, but nothing impossible, and even this one isn't anything out of this world. Though the fact that the priests sit way in the back, away from the translator, complicates things a bit, since the remaining enemies can easily destroy this man while you aren't looking. No, I don't think there is one single thing that makes this section suck. It's everything combined. Failing has you start from the very beginning, which I guess makes sense. I don't agree with most people when they say that things would be better with a checkpoint, because again, these first 2 fights aren't very hard. The problem comes in with having to drag this useless ass man around. It is very slow. So you could be having a very good run up till here, but if things go south, which can happen really easily, you'll have to start all the way over here, slowly moving this guy around at the same time keeping him out of harm's way. Which is the second point of contention. This man is made of glass. Now, if you activate Rage mode, he actually benefits from the damage reduction, which is pretty neat, but otherwise he dies just a bit too quickly. And sometimes you might be the cause of that because he takes collision damage. The thing that we have been using throughout the game up to this point is now here to bite us in the ass. It honestly isn't that big of a deal for the first 2 parts, but man oh man, is it a problem when you are dealing with the last part. Remember that kicking the dog is what happens when you grab them, so if you grab them too close to the translator, you might accidentally kick them into him, and he takes quite a lot of damage from this. Mistakes happen, right? Nobody plays flawlessly. The problem is that here, the mistake won't just set you back a bit, it will set you back quite a lot. And then you have to lug this useless prick around again.
It was Baton. I do not want to die. I never believed it to be true. Please, please do not make me read the word.
I hate hearing him say that because I've heard him say it so many times. You're not even doing anything, you're just crying. Can you like run? Why can't he run? Why does he just sit there and praying? What is he praying to? The sisters? It's even more stupid once we finish the section, we figure out why he's even here in the temple. He's meant to die. If you have the misfortune of having to redo the section over and over and over again, after a while you might resort to doing something like this for the first 2 sections. Because at this point, I just want to get back to the last one faster. Which is funny for me to say because it's actually probably slower, but it is more consistent and I'd rather have more health at the last section than just do the first 2 faster. Now, I just gotta mention real quick that you can actually ring out the satyrs here. I didn't do that, but it is one of the few spots in the game where you can ring out. I don't actually know if there's only a few spots in the game where you can ring people out, but in comparison to the first game, it does feel like there's a lot less of them, but I could be wrong. I don't know, but this is one of them, so yeah, you can ring out the satyrs here. Again, I never did that, but you can. Just to be clear, the priest being at the back of the room is pretty fucking devious of the game, since most people might not even know they're there. They don't spawn in the first wave, you gotta kill this guy first. And they just extend the time in which you could mess up and have to try all over again. Worst of all, after we finish, it turns out that Kratos is a misandrist. Not only here, but also later in the game as well. Not only that, but also previously in the game, he sent this man into a crusher. This man was pleading for his life, listen.
No, what are you doing? I need your help.
Why such blatant misandry, Santa Monica? Please censor this in the remaster. Such behavior has no place in modern gaming. Talking point, talking point. Don't worry, this will all make sense one day. But if you go ahead and look up the definition of misandry, you might understand where this is heading. God of War 3 setups aside, this encounter just isn't very fun. If the translator could run away from enemies up to a certain point, I think it would be a bit better. Also, you could make the movement when you carry him faster because this sucks. It makes retrying this section an ordeal mentally. I disagree with the checkpoint solution because this encounter wouldn't be anything special otherwise, and even though I hate this thing, I do think it's better to be something than nothing. And I understand that for somebody that is doing a challenge run, it would still be something even with a checkpoint. However, I just don't take those kind of things into consideration because, I don't take speedruns into consideration when I talk about games, so why should I take other types of challenge runs into consideration? Because yeah, speedrunning is a challenge run in a sense. Anyways, we can all agree, this encounter sucks. I'll say, I think it's worse than the Clone War. I know that some people are going to disagree, but they're wrong. At least there, I can heal the family and I can see all the enemies on screen at once, more or less. Also, I actually care about the person I'm protecting there. Unlike here, where useless Unius, that's his canonical name, Unius. I'll say it again in case Don isn't listening. Unius, this guy's name is Unius, and he likes a certain painter that he shouldn't. The next encounter, though, is a lot more fun and silly. It's like this encounter from the first game, but it's here. Also, it's really funny seeing God of War 1 enemies alongside God of War 2 enemies because you can really see the difference in model quality. It's pretty crazy. I'm surprised I never noticed this as a kid. But yeah, the new ones look infinitely better than the old ones do. The old ones look like almost like PS1 models in comparison, you know? It's crazy what 2 years does to development, you know? Technically only 1 year of development even, because it came out in March of 07, so all they had was 2006 to work on it, so it's really just 1 year. So yeah, this is even more impressive. This encounter is a lot of fun because of collisions. Grabbing the old enemies is the best because of the way we throw those ones. It hits more people. This encounter is pretty crazy, but with a well-used Gorgon Rage, you can finish it pretty quickly. Maybe I should play the game without this thing, it's a bit too powerful. I've seen people struggle a lot in this encounter, and I did as well in the past. So I always try and finish it as fast as possible. These assholes running at you is not fun at all. This fight with the Cyclops is notable because you can make them ring themselves out, which is funny. This elevator section is one that I've always struggled with, but using Atlas Quake here is usually what I do. I like how they bounce into the spikes. There are better ways of doing this, but I don't need a better way of doing this since this technically works. This other fight is notable because look guys, it's a Gorgon. We actually found one. I also really like how this area looks. The lighting is very nice. I love the contrast that exists between the warm and the colder tones here. I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. Anybody else think of Pink Floyd's Metal when they see stuff like this? No? Just me? This encounter always reminds me of the first part of the fight against Voldemort in the Harry Potter game for the PC. It's basically the same concept. Although the translator section was this game's equivalent to the cage pushing section, this also resembles that as well. We even fight the captains here too. And just like that section, it can be a very painful experience. Unless you use the Gorgon head. This thing, man, it's just too good. This is definitely why it wasn't in 3. Without it though, you could be here a while. I've seen people take ages to beat this thing, myself included. The music is fantastic though.
I have come too far to fail!
This is one of the first things I remember seeing my dad play of this game. I know I had seen him play the game before this, but this was the moment where the game really wowed me. I had never seen anything like this in a game before. It's very visually striking, pretty cinematic. I also like to do this fight with a secondary weapon because logically, he probably would have realized who we were if we were using the blades and would have stopped. Lastly, we have the last normal combat encounter of the game, the Loom Chamber. I love this section from a design perspective. The limited space, the enemy lineup, the Phantom Menace-like barriers. Pairing up heavy and light enemies is a great idea. One is fast moving while the other one is slow. They juxtapose rather nicely. Once again, you can use these smaller ones to take out the bigger ones, or if you would prefer, you could take out all the small ones first and then go to town on the big ones with the hammer. Each of these main encounters is broken up by a small encounter that just has smaller enemies in it. The second main encounter presents similar enemies instead of different ones. Both the Siren and Gorgon are fast to attack, but they are pretty light, so you can use the Orion Harpoon on them or just generally knock them around. or you can utilize the Golden Fleece here since both enemy types shoot stuff at you. Like I mentioned before, the Gorgon Queens don't respond with a normal beam from a false grab. Although you can still use this to your advantage here, it is a bit harder than normal. Here and in the next intermediate fight, we have some chests, thankfully. If you are good enough, you can save the health chest for the next part, which you're gonna want to do, because in my opinion, this is the hardest one. We go back to the light and heavy enemy idea, although this time, the light enemy is the more dangerous of the two. Their long attack strings can set you up to get hit by even more attacks from surrounding enemies. You can lose most of your health in a few seconds if you aren't careful. You can use the satyrs as collision fodder here, but I ended up using Gorgon range for this one. A bit sloppy on my part, but it worked either way. Last part has us going up against a few Cyclops. It honestly is more intimidating than actually hard. There are plenty of small enemies around for you to use against them. I ended up playing this a lot more cautiously than I normally would have because I didn't want to have to do this whole encounter all over again. Because again, this is a gauntlet. There is no checkpoints in between fights. This is the hardest encounter in the game, but actually for a good reason, unlike the translator section. I do find the tendency of the Juggernauts to run into you over and over and over again, even when I just parried their attack, a bit annoying. But that has more to do with the actual enemy and less with the encounter as a whole. I don't know if I could say this is the best encounter in the game, but it is definitely one that makes you stay on your toes, use all the tools you have at your disposal, and it makes you do it well. Okay, now for all the random stuff I wanted to talk about that don't deserve their own sections. Puzzles and platforming was its own section in the last video, but it got demoted here because there's basically no platforming in this game. The game throws this section at you very early on to make you think that they're still in the game, but I think there's only one more after this, and it's a thick ass beam, so why is it even here? You're never gonna fall off this ever. Point is, people did not like the balancing beams, the Pillar of Hell, or any of the platforming, so it's basically all gone. Closest thing to anything platforming related is probably the grapple points, and those are fun, but they're not as prominent as platforming was in the last game. Though, when they are here, they are kind of fun to use. It's kind of like the rope swing from the first game, but on steroids. The one thing that we get that really expands on the possibility of platforming were the wings from Icarus. Though we really don't use them that much besides in the Atlas area. Past that, it's just, I literally can't think of any other time besides in the Atlas area where we actually use them. By the way, Icarus is an ass in this game and he tries to kill us for literally no reason. This isn't a boss fight, by the way. I don't know why some people say it is. Puzzles, on the other hand, have been greatly improved and expanded upon. We start with the ultra simple here, but it gets more and more complex as we move on. It's hard for me to properly gauge how hard these things are, because the problem with a puzzle is that, once you know how it's done, there is no challenge left. You just have to do the thing. I know how to push this thing out of here. I know how to reach the top of here. It's been a long time since I haven't known how. That being said, I do remember when I didn't know these solutions, and I remember it taking me quite some time to figure them out, and it being very satisfying when I did manage to do so. They aren't that hard to figure out.
What am I doing?
None of them are incredibly long, so even if you already know the solution, it doesn't take up too much time to actually just do it. This is probably the longest one. I like it for what it is, and I actually did forget the solution kind of. Or rather, I forgot exactly which one of these things I was supposed to hit. I also really like how the room looks, it's very neat. I also like how the next room, the ice is melting, that's a nice touch. Another way in which puzzles have been given new life is in the utilization of the slowdown mechanic. Though there isn't that many where you actually need to do this. I can think of one off the top of my head. Oh no, 2, when you first get it. Okay, really just 2. That kinda sucks. I mean, it's cool that it's in the game in the first place, but yeah. Wish it was there more. Also, turning the world green so objects won't move around, which will allow you to use them as platforms. Yeah, Soul Reaver did that too. I already kind of mentioned that one earlier, but I just want to emphasize again. Autolock was a minor but also a major problem in the last game. It is one that I have never noticed this game having. I assume that this game does have some target assist going on here, but it's so minimal that it's not even noticeable, which is a good thing. We will never be able to be completely turned around like we could in the last game. We no longer have to mash R2 to open things, now we press R1 and mash circle. This just makes way more sense. Thank you for this change. Also, there was never a hidden R1 indicator like there was in the last game, which, again, is a very minor thing, but thank you. The speed at which you actually upgrade things has been totally revamped. There was no reason for it taking so long in the last game, other than it being just like Onimusha. Nothing but good changes here. Enemy spawns are now a lot less sporadic than they were before. Never was I just waiting around for them to pop up, with the exception here, but this happened because I killed the other enemies too fast, not because the game was just too slow in spawning in the new enemies that would replace them. The game no longer gives you a little bit of health from enemies when you need it, which I don't really feel too strongly about either way. I almost didn't even mention this because it never came to mind while I was playing the game, but it did while I was watching footage from the first game. The camera is totally fine in this game. There were a few times in the first one where things would get really messed up, but nothing like that ever happened here at all. Grabs also never miss like what would happen in the first game either. Literally all the negative things I had to say about the first game in this section in the last video were fixed here. I wasn't even thinking about it when I was writing it for the first review, it just happened to work out that way. So is there anything negative to say about this game that is equally minor? Sure. For some reason, when I would grab the priest and I would auto jump, I would switch to my secondary. I've never seen this happen before and I have no idea why it was happening here. It didn't happen in the combat arena or in the challenge of the Titans, so I don't know why it was happening here for some reason. I also had this thing happen when I was bow canceling in the air, where sometimes Kratos would land, but he would still be falling in a way. I was kind of locked in place while this was happening, not for too long, but for long enough where it was a bit worrying. I never really got affected by this, I never got punched in the face because of this, but it was a bit scary. I think a way to avoid this is just hold the magic button until you land and then let go of it. It seems like if you let go in like a certain like sweet spot before you actually land, the game like messes up a bit. This never really happened to me personally, but since I just finished watching Zesty's Oko, and he mentioned it a few times, I think I should bring it up here. Uneven surfaces. In a few spots throughout the game, the uneven terrain will cause Kratos to fall for a very, very short period of time, which will in turn cancel the attack you were just doing. I do recall something like that happening to me in the first game, but I don't know if it was because of an uneven surface or something else. Again, this is a pretty minor thing, but in an Oko, it's pretty devastating. Speaking of small things, this happened to me. I asked around about this since I've seen this happen before, but I wanted to know why it actually happens. True Gamer didn't even know what I was talking about at first when I first mentioned it to him, and Zesty concluded that it was because of the uneven terrain, which I mean, it is as good of a guess as any. My only problem with that assessment is that I did this very attack a few moments before this happened and it was fine, and the very first time I saw this glitch, it was here, and the surface is pretty flat from what I can tell. Again, it's pretty rare, but it is annoying when it happens, and it's really unfortunate that it happened to me in the Loom Chamber, because if I don't kill all the enemies, I can't advance, and when he's in this state, he is unkillable. A few of the cutscenes have the blades from the first game in them. Yeah, I'm really just looking for something to complain about at this point. Jumping ahead a bit, some of the last cutscenes have us have the original blue Athena's blades instead of the new red ones we have, which makes me wish we could use the other ones because I like those ones better. I love the god armor at the start of the game. It looks really good. I would have totally been fine if this was just the new look for Kratos moving forward. It is a bit too convenient that we just happen to end up in the almost exact same attire as we did last time. Speaking of the blades, dude, I love how Athena's blades look here. They did look pretty cool at the end of the first game, but they really were just a golden version of the Blades of Chaos. I also love the fact that once we lose our god powers, the blades revert back to level 1 blades, and as we continue to upgrade them ourselves, they become a corrupted version of what they once were. The second to last upgrade looks the best in my opinion, at least it conveys the corruption the best, because the last one is just what they used to be, but red and with red fire instead of the golden one. In terms of how Kratos actually looks in this game, well, he is built like a Greek god. In case you aren't aware, that's actually a saying that just means that they are very strong or almost perfect in a way. You know, kind of like the statues of the gods, how they're chiseled, literally. It just so happens to be that he is a Greek god, which, I mean, is important. That's probably why they made him look this good. In the last game, he looked like this, and although I love the look from that game, this one totally fits for this situation. Because again, he is basically a statue here. He's even white like marble. Even after losing his godhood, he still has that physique. However, I do prefer the old look. I find it much more intriguing. He's almost too perfect here for me. I prefer the mortal version of him, but I wouldn't have wanted that model for this game because it just wouldn't have made as much sense as what we actually got in this game. Although, I would have loved an option to play as this old Kratos in New Game Plus. Come on, Santa Monica, add that to the totally real remaster that's coming out, please, please! You want to hear me beg in Spanish for this? I'll do it. No sean mamones, vatos. ¿Saben cuánta publicidad gratis les daríamos si hacen algo así? Incluso si tan solo nos dan los juegos pelones así como están, estaríamos de rodillas suca la mink.
Suca la mink. And then you got minkia juice.
Okay, that's enough Spanish for this video. I don't want Mr. R. Hilts Hurt to dislike the video. If you're watching, you piece of shit. You better be watching, you piece of shit. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Oh my god, she's disgusting looking, dude. Why did they do this to her? Medusa in the last game was pretty simple. Now this time around, her sisters. Ugh. We know which one's the ugly sister, I guess. Stop it. She's. Oh man, they really did her dirty. Look at that, the arrow is actually coming out of the little mouth hole. That's a pretty cool detail that we could all see in HD if they remastered. Also, I noticed that the spear actually extends and contracts when you're just standing still. I never noticed that till this playthrough. Grab executions go fucking hard in this game. The amount of them that exist is crazy, and they are all very cool and make you feel very powerful. I really like the final grab you can do on the Fiends. I love the Hades Minotaur one as well, especially that last pull that you do. It's very cool. The normal Minotaur one is also very cool. It feels more aggressive than the last one, maybe. Am I tripping? Let's play them side by side. I mean, I think it's more aggressive. I think the tilts he does, more aggressive. Cheesy Carson returns as Kratos and does a very good job once again. Sadly, most of the script doesn't actually let him flex his muscles as he did previously in his performance. Not his fault at all though. We finally get to hear some emotion out of Athena this time around. It's funny because at one point we find a statue of her and she is back to her old performance more or less. So yeah, that was definitely a conscious decision they were doing, not just a coincidence. I'm getting. Zeus has been recast, and although I really did like the last guy, this performance and voice just fits better for what this game had in mind for the character. The narrator being Gaia is pretty neat and gives a whole new context for the narration of the first game. Her voice is great, no notes. I wish she could be the narrator in every game ever. Michael Clark Duncan?
Who breaks my chains of torment? You are strong, but you are far too small, even for an Olympian to be a god.
Oh, he is so good as Atlas. Again, no notes. I wish Atlas was our companion throughout this whole game just so I could hear this man's voice throughout the game. Oh, it is so good. Oh, it is so good. I'm getting ahead of myself a bit for the next video. I feel really bad for whoever voices Atlas in the next game because it ain't Michael Clark Duncan, I can tell you that much. And in comparison, ooh boy, it's pretty big downgrade. But most voices would be a downgrade in comparison to his. Is it really fair to make fun of the new guy that's coming in the next game? Yeah, because it's pretty bad just on its own. Once again, we have to collect both the Gorgon Eyes and the Phoenix Feathers to extend both our health and magic meters. Once again, this is not a problem Like a certain somebody said last time. I'm not even going to play the clip, it doesn't really matter. And just like last time, there are hidden chests that hold the final expansion of the meter, although this time they're not both in the same location. The first one we can actually get is the Super Red Orbs chest that gives you quite a number of red orbs, and then there is health, and then there is magic. These are actually probably easier to miss than the Muse keys from the first game, although the first one we see before we can actually get to it, and additionally in a cutscene with the Barbarian King. This little detail was shown to me by Zesty himself, but the Tower of Hell from the first game, you know, the tower with the spikes, is in the background of Hades in this game. You can see it right there. That's really cool. I never noticed that, but I love that it's there. Last time I talked a bit about the music. This time I'm just gonna say that I like this soundtrack a lot more. I don't have much more to say other than that. I find that I just can't express myself when talking about music. I've taken a few music classes and I've heard other people talk about music. It just doesn't work for me. I don't know how to vocalize what I like in a song other than just saying it's really good, but that's not really good for analysis. And I don't feel like trying, because even when I try, it's just kind of like, did I need to say any of that? Not really. So this video is long enough. It's just better. Unfortunately, that was like one of the feedback things I actually got from the last videos. I could have done a little bit better job in the music section, and I'm just ignoring. I mean, not ignoring because they were right, but circumventing their feedback by not giving a shit in the next video. God of War 1 had only 3 bosses in it, while this game has 9 or 8, depending on how you count them. I'm going with 9, although it could be 10 technically, damn it. I already went over the first boss in the intro section, so we're going to start off with Theseus.
The devious Theseus is a character loved by all God of War fans around the globe. It is truly wonderful how this man gets devious the moment his previous city that Kratos was the splendor of gets in the medias for getting nuked by a Prometheus-looking god that exploded from a heart attack. That is when Theseus gets devious.
Theseus is a very interesting boss fight given the fact that he is the first human-sized boss in the series. The last game only had giant ones. So how did they manage? He is a pretty good boss fight. He has a few different attacks he can do, from this quick jab to this 3-hit string to this grab that you can reverse for some pretty good damage. This fight is when I learned about the punish you can do on enemies out of a block back when I first played the game on very hard. Yeah, I actually figured out you could do this to him independently of any other player telling me about it. I still feel pretty good about that. I especially feel good about it because it's something that I've seen other players do against him. Now, it is pretty cool that you can do this to him, and you'll only ever figure this out if you actually engage with the combat system. However, I think this makes the fight a bit too easy. It's not the only way to deal with him, and it is faster to do damage via deep hits and grab reversals, but I can't help but think this makes him a bit lame overall. I mean, I say this, but he still manages to kick my ass sometimes. That's just the first half. The second half has him climb out of range, at which point you have to hit him with Typhoon's Bane. Really smart to make a boss battle around this magic. Again, they really wanted people to use the range magic this time around. He will alternate between shooting ice attacks at us and spawning in minotaurs. We have to kill them to get more magic to keep shooting at him. And this is where my problem with this boss comes in. Because of the orb reduction thing on very hard, this fight becomes a lot longer in comparison to any other difficulty. I believe it's a little over 50 shots you need to land on him to end the fight. In the time it takes me to do all that, I could totally slip up, die to either a minotaur, one of these icicle things, or the ones that immediately pop up if you get too close to this wall, at which point I am sent back all the way here at the first phase again. Now, you can take out the enemies pretty quickly with collisions and proper rage mode usage, but I still feel like it drags on just a little too much here, though you can stand right here so that this part of the fight isn't anything to worry about, which is pretty cool. You also end this fight in a very brutal way. I don't know if Theseus really deserved this, but that's what he gets for being so devious. The next fight is against the Barbarian King, the dude from the first game's flashback sequences. It's pretty cool that we get to fight him here. The first phase isn't too hard, but he can hit you for pretty good damage if you don't dodge out of the way. If you dodge at the right time and in the right manner, you can retaliate with a massive plume. Positioning is very important for this. He also has a bow that he will shoot you with sometimes. Most of the time it's just this one shot, which is more annoying than dangerous. Other times he will do this barrage of arrows that will rain down on you, or he'll just start spamming them a bit. I like trading arrow shots with him here, even if it isn't actually very effective. It kind of feels like we're testing each other. The first phase ends by us killing his horse. The second phase has him spawning in very weak enemies. We don't actually do damage to him here, we just have to take them out. With the last one he spawns in being the boat captain from the first game.
No, not you again!
The next phase is my personal favorite. He grows pretty big in size. Nothing like the giant bosses from before, but still pretty big. He has this multi-swing attack that he can do, and a pretty big slam. I found that if I managed to get behind him, he would sometimes think that I was still in front of him, and just keep attacking. He would eventually turn around though, so this isn't really exploitable. Now, you can trick through these swings, which you really should be doing. I've always had trouble with the timing on this, but I actually got it down this time around. For the most part. It feels really good to pull off successfully, almost as good as the fight against the Minotaur boss from the first game. This is also a checkpoint, which I am very happy about. The first phase can linger on a bit, and the second one really isn't that much of a fight to begin with. Once you hit him enough times, he will shrink back down. He has a pretty big swing that he can do now, this Might of the King attack, and he will fire souls at you. Lucky for us though, we can block at least 2 of these attacks. I don't think you can block the ghosts, I haven't tried it for myself, but I'm pretty sure you can't do that. You end the fight by taking away his hammer and doing a QTE sequence on him. This is also how you get the hammer in case you couldn't tell. I really like this boss. Is it better than the last? Yeah, maybe. Theseus had the benefit of being a more hand-to-hand fight, at least in the first half. While this fight is almost like that in some parts, it doesn't quite feel the same. So if that's just the type of boss fight that you prefer, then you're going to like Theseus more, I think. This boss is almost like an in-between point between the giant bosses and the human-sized bosses. And I don't just say that because he gets big at one point. Theseus could be sent flying, you could block his attacks, you could get right up in his face if you knew what you were doing. Where here, the Barbarian King doesn't really let you do that. You are more reacting to what he is doing rather than controlling the battle. Both types of fights are interesting though. The next fight is one that some people won't consider a boss, but I will. Mainly because it's presented as one and because you can't fight this guy in the combat arena, which would make him the only enemy that is missing from there, which would just be weird. The blue Cerberus is a lot more aggressive than the enemy version is. He has some pretty fast attacks, including this one, which he will most likely do twice in a row. Almost all of his attacks are blockable with the exception of this fireball, but it doesn't do that much damage. It's a bit harder to get attacks in here because of how fast he is to attack, but there are ways to do so. First, you can bonk him with the hammer in between his attacks pretty easily. You can use the time he spends shooting fireballs at you to prepare a massive slam for him. And my personal favorite, you can punish his taunt, which will cause him to flinch so you can get even more attacks in. Now, I'm not too knowledgeable about this, but you can make enemies taunt mostly by running away from them and towards a barrier or a wall. I didn't really do this much in my playthrough except for in the Loom Chamber. After you do enough damage to him, he will eat the arm that was in his mouth and you will enter the second phase. Now, I've heard people say that this is when he will start shooting fireballs at you, but he's been doing that the whole time, so nothing changes really. Killing him will get you the Golden Fleece. I like this boss. I remember it taking me freaking forever to beat him in 2022, both on hard and very hard. It felt really good to not take nearly as long this time around. Compared to the other ones, it's probably not that great, but I like it probably just because of how hard it was for me to beat before. Euryale, unlike her sister, is an actual boss here, mostly relying on her Gorgon gaze quite a bit in the battle. Since we now have the Golden Fleece, it isn't that big of an issue, as you can just parry it. And you will actually get orbs from doing this, so you should be doing this. Or, you know, you could just trick through it. There really isn't that much to say about this part of the fight. You can either just block her attacks, trick through them, or parry them. The second part involves her climbing up these pillars, in which you have to do enough damage to then stun her, and then after you will pull her off of them. If you have the right rhythm here, you can actually stun lock her with the hammer and end this part of the fight very quickly. She also does this cannonball thing if we get petrified, but if you start wiggling the stick immediately, then there's no chance of her actually killing you with this. The last part of the fight has her smashing about as she is on the verge of dying. This is almost like a desperation move. She is surprisingly fast for her size. It's pretty scary. It can get pretty intense here. This is how we get, well, her head. Seems like we're getting a lot of abilities from taking out bosses. And although that is a thing in general in video games, I can't help but think of Soul Reaver. God of War fans are gonna freaking hate that game because of me. This boss is just alright. It's definitely not bad, but it's also not a standout one for me. Probably the most interesting thing about it is the fact that it can one-hit kill you, but it's really hard to actually die that way. Next we have Perseus himself, voice acted by Perseus himself.
And now you have dashed it all away. You certainly do not live up to your reputation, Ghost of Sparta.
I'm not the biggest fan of his first phase, not because he's invisible, but more because of his 7-hit combo that he does, which I just hate. Even though he is invisible, you can still see a blur on the screen where he's at, and you can see the disturbance in the water. I also really don't like how we switch to the next phase. The window of opportunity to grab him is so small for no good reason. After that though, he becomes kinda pathetic. He has this pretty pitiful sword swing and this dive attack that it's almost like he's trying to miss me. The most devastating thing he can do here is use his slingshot. Who does this man think he is, David? He also does this flash attack thing that will stun you, but you can avoid it by tricking in the air. But even if you don't avoid it, you can easily get out of the stun before he can actually attack you. Except for that one time where I just forgot to do it for some reason. Once you break his sword with your freaking bare hands, all he has left is his shield. I don't know if you have to do this or it just does a lot of damage to him, but you can push him into the wall, and I love the feeling of this, man. It's just really good. It's just the way you bonk him into it. I don't know, it feels really good. It did lag a bit here, but it's worth it. It's also just kind of funny seeing him smack the wall like that. You finish off the fight with a quick QTE and the most brutal kill in the whole game. Okay, maybe not the most brutal, but it is the most stunning, I think. Even though Perseus isn't the strongest fight mechanically, I do still like it the same way I like styling on single enemies in this game. It's just kind of fun to do. The Kraken is actually the only other big boss fight in the game, and I didn't realize that until I started writing this part of the script. It's also a puzzle boss, having to beat it more from solving a puzzle in the environment, and less because you did enough damage to it. Which is just like Soul Reaver. Before dealing with the boss though, we fight the last Spartan, our buddy that wasn't dead from the start of the game. He tells us that Zeus destroyed Sparta and that he was all that was left. But now, Kratos is all that is left.
I was left with no choice. I had to seek out the sisters to change the fate of our beloved Sparta. For I am all that is left. Now you are all that is left. I have faith that our brothers of Sparta will live on through the true God of War.
Zeus! Is this how you face me, coward? I am through doing the bidding of the gods! Come down here and face me now, Zeus! I grow tired of the lies of the gods! Come down here and face me now, Zeus! I am cursed! I cannot change my fate! I grow tired of the lies of the gods! I cannot change my fate!
sorry, my love. Can you ever forgive me?
All is not lost, Kratos. You must go on. There is much at stake here.
I cannot defeat the gods.
Victory favors you, Kratos. But you must grab hold of your destiny and command it. There is a war on the horizon, and we need you to lead us into battle.
To what end?
The death of Zeus. If you relent, Zeus will torment you still. He will not rest knowing you live. And when you die, his brother Hades will see that your soul is tortured for all eternity. You will have no rest until you destroy him. Take within you this fire that burned your beloved Sparta. Let it fuel your rage and hasten your steps towards destiny. The time to act is upon us, Kratos. This battle is just the beginning of a great war that is to come.
You have to put your dead buddy on this panel so you can ride the updraft and smack this dude in the face. Once you do that enough times, you can then cut off one of his tentacles in a very visually stunning sequence. I love how this one looks. Do that twice and then he'll eat your buddy, you bastard! After you hit him enough times afterwards, he loses his grip and you can activate a bridge to get across and kill him all in one go. It's not a very complicated boss, but it does feel really good to beat. This is also where you get the new version of the Rage mode, so I imagine most people use it a lot here. This is admittedly more spectacle than substance, but I mean, come on dude, we're almost at the end of the freaking game, and this is dope. We're pumped from the motivational speech that Gaia just gave us and whatnot. Let us indulge. Also, come on, this is cool as hell. Lastly, I want to bring up the fact that everybody that talks about this game mentions that this guy just kind of comes out of nowhere, but no, that's not what happens. The Phoenix knocks down these two pillars and then they fall in the ocean, and that disturbs the beast and he comes up. Why else would the camera linger on the ocean? Anyways, what's next is the best boss fight in the game. The Sisters of Fate is an absolute joy of a boss fight. First, let's play the intro though. It's been a long time coming.
Been expecting you.
Out of my way.
Your resolve is admirable, even if it is misguided. None can change their destiny, Kratos. We sisters determine the fate of all. It was I who deemed that the Titans lose the Great War, and I who have allowed you to come this far. It is not your destiny to kill Zeus.
You no longer control my destiny.
I see Gaia has filled you with her lies.
I have warned you. Let me pass.
You have always amused us, Kratos. But know this, mortal. There is no power greater than the Sisters of Fate. If you challenge us, you will die.
Lachesis is the first sister we face. She has these unblockable projectiles that she will shoot at us, though we can parry them, as well as this 3-hit string she likes to do. You can punish this quite easily with the Spear of Destiny if you do the piercing shards at the right moment. And like I mentioned, you can parry back the things that she shoots at us. You can actually use the amulet here, but she will be the one that punishes you for using it, as you get all slow while she stays fast, which is a nice touch. There's no way she's gonna let us use her weapon against her like that. I love the fact that you have a real reason to use both weapons in this fight. The spear for the punishment, and the hammer for the damage. She will eventually start to do this slam to the ground move, and even though it's not very effective, I like to follow her up with the Tartarus Rage because of how similar these two moves are. After doing enough damage to her, she will take to the air and start playing the floor is lava with you, at which point you have to utilize these grapple points in the arena. She will also start to shoot projectiles at you, which you can avoid again by using the grapple points and moving in on her at the right time. The wings are going to help a lot in that bit. If you don't time things right, she's going to send your ass to the ground, repeatedly. The blades are really good here in terms of reach. It all depends on how far away she is from the grapple points. If she is really close though, you can totally use the hammer here and it feels really good to smack her in the face with it. Do enough damage and then this part of the fight is over. I might have made it sound pretty easy, but trust me, this is one of the hardest bosses in the whole game. However, with proper utilization of our tool set, we can make mincemeat of her. This is why using everything is important. Sure, this isn't the only way to knock her down, but it is the most consistent. You don't need to use the hammer here, sure, but why let that damaging tool go to waste? You can't just spam things here and expect her to lose. You have to time the piercing shards right, otherwise her attack animation will just play through your attack. Playing hot potato with her is pretty fun too. The grapple points give us even more utility, and we have to time our movements towards her right while she's in the air, otherwise this will happen. Since she can be pretty far away from the grapple points though, you can also utilize the bow here, and if she is close enough, you can use Chronos Rage. And while she's on the ground, you can use Atlas Quake. And yes, you can do this on every boss, technically, but I just want to emphasize the amount of different ways you can approach this one. I've seen people try and just use the special moves on her, and well, guess how that turned out. But that's just the first phase.
You do not defy fate, Kratos! For we have woven the events of your life. And now, that life is at an end. We control your destiny, foolish mortal! With a whim, we can end your life! Or allow you to live. Search your memory, Kratos. The sword which you stand on delivered your victory against Ares. Without it, you will be the one who dies this day, not Ares. We can change your past and set your future. This is the power of the Fates!
Honestly, this part is a bit less interesting, but it's not bad. You have to play Defend the Sword, having to interrupt Atropos from destroying it. There is a lot of Fate sentries here which will give you magic so you can keep shooting or shocking her. Though I did notice that you can also utilize collisions to interrupt her, and that seemed to work the best. This is more of a breather part of the fight than anything else. It's simple, non-offensive. From a narrative point of view, it's pretty cool, and there is an additional cutscene that plays if you fail, which is very cool.
This is the power of the Fates, Kratos! No one can change their true destiny!
I had to go back and record this because I'm just too good at the game. Ignore my death here, though. This is also one of my earliest memories of this game, is this cutscene. But anyways, if we succeed, then the timeline is intact.
The battle was not over. The gods, it seemed, had a final gift for Kratos.
I still have allies in Olympus, Ares. Now, you will see how strong I am.
The second Ares fight is possibly the thing I hate the most out of the
Psych!
I'm through playing games with you, Kratos. This power was never meant for a mortal like you!
This time we're dealing with both sisters at the same time. Atropos coming through these mirrors to shoot projectiles at us, and occasionally this beam attack. Lachesis seems to be the same as before, but I don't mind that at all, since that fight was already so good. However, you can very easily send Atropos running. Now, the goal of this section is to knock down Sister 1 so you can safely utilize the amulet, so then you can go and smack Sister 2 in the face without her dipping out. The mirror will then start to crack, and then you can break it so that she can no longer teleport to that mirror since it will no longer exist. However, if you just leave it alone, it will regenerate. But Lachesis seemed to be very keen on breaking it for me this time around. Managed to do that twice, and then Atropos will be out of the fight for now. From there, Lachesis will go to the last mirror and stand in front of it. She will then start to shoot projectiles at us, and these pillar attacks that you can easily avoid by standing on one of the grapple points. A few more hits with our level 3 hammer, and we enter the final QTE against her, and it looks freaking great. I love this fight. Everything about it is great. It is fights like these that make me wish this game had a boss rush mode. This honestly feels like it was meant to be the final boss of the game. It even has that middle section where you fight normal enemies just like we did in the first game with the Clone War, though this one being significantly easier. This fight is amazing. It's just great. It's so much fun to do. So many different ways you can approach it. It keeps you on your toes. I've seen a lot of people struggle with this that are just spamming normal attacks and shit like that. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. The grapple points, again, there should have been more grapple points in these boss fights because just having it here makes it feel a lot more involved. Having to fight both sisters is great. The fact that the game doesn't directly tell you, like, it's time for you to use the amulet now, it's really cool, and I have seen people, like, completely miss that, though. I don't know if there's a hint that appears if you're on normal mode with hints on. I'm not sure, but maybe not. I don't remember. But if you're attentive enough, then you'll know, hey, that's an amulet point. I should probably try to use it now that she's down for the count. Just overall, a really cool fight. Love it. My favorite. I think it is better than the Minotaur one. I will say that. Yeah, fuck you, Minotaur. Go with Jasmine, even though you're actually pretty good. But you're going with the Jasmine, along with all these other characters that I'm actually not going to show on screen because this video is long enough. I don't have to go through the Jasmine list to edit in all the things. So instead, you just get Krusty the Clown there for some reason. Yeah. I want to be done with this video. This next fight is yet another one that might not be considered a boss to some people. However, I do think it's a boss. It's simply a puzzle boss and a pretty simple one at that. Maybe? I don't know. I'm calling it a boss. You have to line this mechanism up in the right way to bring up this blade to use against the last sister, Clotho. By the way, why is she so disgusting looking? Like, it feels kind of out of place compared to the other two. The end QTE is very nice looking though. I absolutely love it. A lot of spectacle. Ooh, look, this is the only thing the game has to offer, spectacle. How long is this video? This is like, what, the second, third time I'm mentioning spectacle? You pieces of shit. After we mess with this time travel contraption, we go back to the start of the game.
Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me? No matter. What? How can this be? The Sisters of Fate have aided you. Unexpected.
The sisters are dead.
I underestimated you. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Show the true power of a god.
This first phase can be beaten really quickly if you know what you're doing. You gotta use the sirens to stun Zeus and then hit him in the hand once he punches the ground afterwards. Do this 3 times and he gets some of his godly power sucked away from him with the Blade of Olympus, which is very similar to what happened to us at the beginning of the game. Now, this is a lot easier said than done, since if you don't do this right, Zeus can almost kill you with one single attack. He really likes to punch that ground, and that does a lot of damage, like a lot of damage. But once you get the right rhythm down, it's done very quickly. After getting payback from him taking away our powers, the real fight begins. Zeus likes to sidestep a lot, so knowing how to deal with his position changes is important as his attacks can come at you pretty quickly. He has this double lightning strike which you can parry back at him, at which point he will try to Superman punch you, which will do a lot of damage. I believe you can actually parry this, I might be wrong. I didn't try, I always just trick this because that's a lot safer. He also has this slower string of attacks that ends in a big slam. This is also parryable, and if you parry the first attack, I believe you are safe from the last slam as well. He has this double shockwave thing going on, which is unblockable. And all of his attacks are unblockable for that matter. You either have to parry them or get the hell out of the way, or like I said before, trick through them. You are locked into using the Blade of Olympus here. You cannot switch to Athena's blades, and you can't switch to another secondary. I always wondered if the game actually gave us back the red orbs we put into the blade at the beginning of the game in this part, but looking at the footage, no, that's not the case, so we really did have sex with those women in the bathhouse for nothing. Anyways, doing a full hit string here is a really good way of getting slapped. I stuck to 1 or 2 hits before canceling with the bow or by blocking. Best thing you can do to Zeus here is get him in this loop by hitting him with Divine Retribution. You can't just spam it though, you have to time it just right for him to get stun locked for long enough. I wasn't able to do it for very long, but I was able to do it for a little bit. After you do enough damage to him, he'll hit you with one of these.
Your powers are no match for me.
At which point we are back to Athena's blades for a bit. I don't know why the game doesn't let us use a secondary weapon here. We are stuck to the blades for some reason. It kind of sucks. Not that I would really want to use the hammer on Zeus here because he is even more prone to attack than he was before. I found the most reliable way to take him on here is to cook up a massive plume at a distance and then drop it on him. I also used a lot more magic here than I did in the other phase. I think I actually didn't use any magic in the previous phase. Now I'm sure that you can get all up and personal with him, but the damage output that he does is just too high for me to even want to try and do that. It's just not worth it. I would much rather just stay back and do this. Hit him enough times, then you get the blade back from him. The next phase is exactly like the first one. After that, he takes the blade away from us again, and this time we have to use rage mode in order to take out this barrier that's protecting him. You don't have to hit it that many times with it, but you do have to hit it with it, so make sure you have some rage mode left over. Crush him one more time and then he actually rage quits. Yeah, he just leaves. What the hell? Well, that is until...
I am through playing with you, Kratos.
I lay down my arms, Zeus! Release me from this torment of mine.
I will release you from your life, my son, but your torment is just beginning.
You cannot do this, Kratos!
You dare stand against me, Athena?
I do not wish to fight you, Kratos, but I will defend Olympus!
Know this, my son. You have started a war you cannot possibly win. The fates have already deemed me victorious.
No, Kratos! Stop!
Athena! No! Why do you sacrifice yourself?
To save Olympus.
I do not seek to destroy Olympus, only Zeus.
Zeus is Olympus.
He brought this to himself.
Because of fear, Kratos. A fear felt by his father, Kronos. A fear that wrought the Great War. A fear that drove Zeus to kill you. His own son.
His son?
Just as Zeus was compelled to destroy his father, Kronos. You are compelled to do the same. No son should destroy his own father.
No, I have no father.
God after God will deny you, Kratos. They will protect Zeus. Zeus must live so that Olympus will prevail.
If all on Olympus will deny me my vengeance, then all on Olympus will die. I have lived in the shadow of the gods for long enough. The time of the gods has come to an end.
Remember, Kratos, you have the power to control time itself.
What a sequence of events, man. But before we get to that, though, I just gotta say, I don't feel too strongly about this final boss fight either way. I liked it a bit more this time around than I have previously, but I think the fact that we spend more time defending against Zeus and less time actually going on the offensive against him kind of kills it for me. It's not a bad boss fight by any means, but the Sisters of Fate just felt so much better, and it felt way more like a final test than this does. This does fit more narratively, but mechanically, I prefer the Sisters of Fate way more. Now, for the story, actually, let's just wait for the story analysis bit since that's the next segment. The game is over at this point, we just have to travel back in time once more.
have been expecting you, Ghost of Sparta. The gods are far too powerful for us to defeat now.
All on Olympus tremble at my name. Zeus is weak. Ares and Athena are dead, and I wield the blade. We can win the Great War, but not in this time. Together, we will destroy the petty gods, and we will see Olympus crumble before us. Come with me, Gaia. Return to my time. Victory awaits.
We have faced far worse than this one fallen mortal. But we are the gods. We whom the mortals worship. We who rule over this land. We who will not be swept aside by this petulant fool. Brothers, put aside the petty grievances that have splintered us for so long. We will unite. We will stand together, and I will wipe out this plague. Olympus will prevail.
Zeus, your son has returned! I bring the destruction of Olympus!
Time traveling into a cliffhanger in which the sequel is to be released on the next generation of consoles? Yeah, Soul Reaver did that too. I just wanted to give you guys a quick reminder on how I analyze stories for these videos. I only look at it through the context of its original release, which in this game's case would mean that I'm only taking into account the events of this game and the events of God of War 1 and nothing else. I know that the next game is a prequel game, which means that it happened before the first two games, and I know that some questions that come up in this game will be answered in 3, but in 2007, 3 didn't exist yet, so we can't rely on 3 for the answers for this game. Not only that, but 3 retcons a lot of stuff in both the first and second game. So just keep that in mind. If you were paying attention, you might have remembered that I said I was going to be going over the story as it came up. But you might have noticed that I really didn't do that. So what's the deal? I've heard a lot of people say that God of War 2 has a better story than the first. I can understand that perspective given how much more direct the intro to this game is. I've already gone over it, but I just want to remind you that while this game lays everything out on the table at once, the first game gives us the story in a slower manner. Now, faster isn't just better no matter what. I've said this a million times and I will never stop saying it, but storytelling is about giving the audience information at the right time and keeping it away from them until the right time for them to know it. In the case of this game, there would be no good reason to obscure any of the events that led up to this moment. In the case of the first game though, most of the intrigue in the story department is the slow burn that happens throughout the game. We don't have all the relevant information until almost the end. Once we do have it, it puts everything into perspective. If we start the game off knowing everything already, well, we would just be waiting to get to the end. Kratos does have interactions with other people here and there, but nothing as important to the story as the flashbacks. But that's okay because the story is in great part the flashbacks themselves. It's not just that, it's also the contrast between past and present Kratos. The people that we run into that know of him and how they react, it's the whole package really. So this game went for the straightforward approach, and as a consequence, they decided to have more going on throughout the game that was relevant to the story. Except they didn't. In the last video, I said that once we got to the temple, things slowed down pretty drastically in the story department. In this game, that moment happens here. After we talk to the last Spartan, nothing happens story-wise until almost the end of the game. Some of you might be confused by this since things totally happen between these two moments. And Kratos does interact with more characters in this game than he did in the last, so how can I say that? Let's do a little thought experiment. I want you to imagine all the things that happen in this game, all of the cutscenes and all of the boss fight intros, everything. Now let's imagine that some of those things never happen in the game, that Kratos never talked to Theseus or Perseus, that the Barbarian King never showed up, that we just never talked to Atlas. Now I want you to imagine how the story would have been different. How does their absence affect the story? What would be the consequences of them not being here? In one of my writing classes in college, we would do this thing where we would break down a story by bullet points. I believe it was called a breakdown. No, I believe it was called an outline. Fake film student exposed. If I were to do something similar with this story, it would be as follows. Kratos is the new god of war but is not happy. He resents the gods for not giving him what he wants and thus takes his anger out through warfare. Athena tries to warn him to stop, but Kratos does not listen. Athena then takes away some of Kratos' powers and puts them in a statue to try to kill him. Zeus offers to help Kratos via the Blade of Olympus. This turns out to be a trap and that Zeus was behind the attack in the first place. Without his godly powers, Kratos falls in battle to Zeus, who kills his Spartan army and tells him that he will never be the ruler of Olympus. Kratos then falls into the underworld, but is rescued by Gaia, who wants us to take revenge on Zeus. She tells us that with the powers of the Sisters of Fate, we can change our fate by going back in time to get to Zeus, as we can't return to Olympus now because we are no longer a god. He then does that, gets to the Sisters of Fate, uses their powers to go back in time, and takes the blade from Zeus and fights him. Athena then intervenes, giving her life to save Zeus as he escapes. She tells us that Zeus is our father, and he betrayed us out of fear of us overthrowing him. Kratos then uses the powers of the Fates to go back to the Great War and bring the Titans to present day, where they storm Mount Olympus. If, say, I was a teacher and I had my students do this exercise with this story, and they marked any of these people that we find along the way as an important plot beat, I would fail them. Okay, maybe not that, but I would tell them that they're very wrong. These characters contribute nothing to the story. The things we learn about the Titans and Zeus contributes nothing to this story. If the Barbarian King never made it out of the underworld and we never had a chat with him, nothing would be different. Icarus dying is meaningless. The fact that we learned that this isn't the first time that we've seen Atlas doesn't matter. But everybody that talks about this game mentions these characters and how they make the world of God of War richer. How could they not be important to the story? It's because this is all world building. And world building is not storytelling. Copa is vindicated. Copa, you better be watching this damn video because I mentioned you like in 3 videos in a row. You bald bastard. You bald Italian bastard. All of these things basically amount to neat tidbits that we find. Yeah, it's cool that Theseus knows who we are and we meet him. I remember the story of Icarus. Look, here he is.
There he is.
Oh, Zeus was raised by Gaia and she got betrayed? Neat. Oh, what could Atlas be referring to here? Since we killed Medusa in the first game and not Perseus, his girlfriend got killed by that one monster, so that's why he's here now. It's tied into the first game. Interesting. None of that matters though. It contributes nothing to the story and is nothing more than info that we would find in a manual or in a lore book. In the last game, the flashbacks contributed to and were directly related to the protagonist and our understanding of him. The story as a whole revolved around him. Here though, the flashbacks are more of a Zeus and Gaia story, and information on the Great War. The thing is though, none of this is relevant to Kratos. None of this concerns him. None of this really affects the journey that he is on now. I'm not saying that a story can't focus on more than one character, but if we are going to divulge time to them, it better be worth it. Most of the things that happened after we leave Rhodes character-wise has nothing to do with us. Kratos doesn't even talk to Perseus. And the one that does directly relate to Kratos, the confrontation with the Barbarian King, has no lasting effect or changes anything about what we knew beforehand. He is here, Kratos and the player remember him, then he is gone, and that's it. No narration about how this makes Kratos feel, no new information given to us by this character, nothing. Contrast all of that to when we meet the last Spartan again. What he tells us affects us even if it might not have done much to move the plot along. It is relevant to the character and his goals. Not only are we trying to save ourselves now, but also Sparta as a whole. If you think that I'm way off base with my criticism, that things don't relate enough to the main protagonist, well, the director of this game agrees with me.
But I know for myself, I feel like there was a lot of balls I dropped. That didn't sound right, did it?
No, he didn't.
I dropped the ball several times from a story perspective on that game because I tried maybe to go a little bit wider. I wanted to really have Kratos' impact be felt throughout all of the world, throughout all of that Grecian world. So maybe a little bit too much of the overreaching aspect and not personalizing his story.
It's too concerned with showing you the world of God of War and not a story about betrayal, revenge, and fate. Another thing that I think is missing that the first game did very well is a theme. What is the theme of God of War 2? Is it fate? Is it destiny? Not really. Yes, a lot of characters mention the word fate, but that's not enough to keep it relevant to the main conflict. Because the game doesn't focus on Kratos, the things around him don't relate back to the main conflict, and thus a strong theme isn't established. Except it almost does. With a few minor tweaks and a major one towards the end, we could have had a game about fate, and not just because the characters say that word out loud, but because the game has something to say about the matter. The first game, although very few people seem to recognize it, legitimately had something to say about losing yourself and the price of fame, glory, and power. We can safely tell that this is the main theme of the game because of Pathos Verdes III, a character that parallels Kratos in every way. Both serve the divine, both lose themselves in their work, both kill their wives and their family because of said work, both go mad and try to end their lives, with only one of them actually succeeding. This is a great story because it is a true story. Not in the sense that it literally happened, but in the fact that it is true to human nature and reality. If you fully dedicate yourself to your work and go after the glory and status that comes with it, you are going to have to sacrifice something to get that. And if you are not careful, that something could end up being your family. You might not end up killing them in the literal sense like Kratos does, but you can damn sure butcher them in the metaphorical one. How many people come home to a house of strangers? They know their sons and daughters' names, but nothing about them. Their wife is estranged and they are completely oblivious to it. Or worse, they just don't care. If you leave your family unattended, don't be surprised when you end up with no family at all. There is a genuine lesson to be learned from the story of the first game. This is a story that you could retell in just a few minutes, but it is profound in its meaning. This isn't something that I just came up with either. As I've shown in my last review, this comes from the director of the first game himself.
God of War is about a guy who, God of War 1, it's about a guy who puts everything aside for his ambition for work. And he loses his wife, and he loses his kid. And, you know, that's all I need to say about that, so.
I bring all this up because, well, I love the story of the first game, but also to compare and contrast with this game's story. What is the lesson of this game then? The thing is, I don't think there really is one here, and the one that kind of is here is terrible, but we'll get into that much later. But we were so close to actually getting one based on what the game does already. The first one was set up as a Greek tragedy and it played around with the idea. This game involves characters trying to change their fate. Now in this game, fate really just means the past, but in the traditional sense it means the future. So, are there any examples of Greek myths in which characters try to change their fate that we can use as a basis for this game? Yes, many. Achilles was prophesied to either live a long but uneventful life, or a short one full with fame and glory. To prevent this, Thetis dipped him in the river Styx, which would make him invincible. The only part of him that didn't touch the river was his heel. Achilles ended up fighting in the Trojan War and being rather famous, and as you probably know, ended up dying from an arrow to the heel. Another example is when the king of Lydia was told that his son, Atys, would die by an iron weapon. To prevent this, he was not allowed to go to war or to handle any weapons himself. He ended up dying while on a hunt when a weapon missed the boar and hit him instead. If he would have been at war, he wouldn't have been able to go on said hunt. Last example for today is Oedipus, and boy, this is a real doozy. An oracle has a prophecy about Oedipus killing his father and lying with his mother. To stop this, his father orders one of his servants to kill the boy, but the servant can't bring himself to do it. Instead, he is simply abandoned and then found by a shepherd. He is then brought to another set of king and queen. They raise him as their own, but eventually he hears about this prophecy and leaves home to avoid fulfilling it. He ends up killing an old man in a dispute, which turns out to be his biological father, and after answering the Sphinx's questions correctly, he is rewarded with the throne of Thebes and the hand of Jocasta, which is his biological mother. If his parents didn't try to prevent this prophecy, it wouldn't have happened in the first place. So, in Greek mythology, you cannot change your fate, and often attempting to do so will lead you right to it. There is no escaping it. Now, in those stories, fate meant future, but here, fate means past. So the question is, can you change the past? If this game is going for a meaningful story a la God of War 1, the answer would have been an unequivocal no. And that was almost the answer we got. There is a few things that would indicate that, or they would only need a few tweaks to show that this is the case. Biggest thing I would say is in the flashback where the Titans get wiped out. We can see that they are covered with this teal aura right as the attack is hitting them. Later in the game, we see Kratos go to the past and bring them to the present, with said teal aura being the time travel. If you think about it, Kratos doesn't actually change the past, he just shows up during it. He doesn't actually stop himself from being killed by Zeus, so nothing changes here. Zeus himself kills Kratos to preemptively stop him from overthrowing him and taking over Olympus, only for that to be the cause of his inevitable downfall, which ties into how actual Greek mythology handles the subject matter. This all seems to fit in really good so far, but let me pop the bubble for you. Kratos doesn't change the past in terms of stopping Zeus from killing him, but he does in terms of how this whole interaction happens. He himself is the one to pull the blade out of himself, which was not what happened previously, obviously. The Fates are constantly saying that they won't let him change his fate, and that they control it and all that, but he does totally beat them though. Doesn't change the past, but does change his fate, according to the Fates. Zeus says that the Fates have already deemed him victorious, but, well, I mean, that has more to do with the next game, so we can just leave it at that, but we all know what happens in the next game, and it's definitely not what Zeus is expecting. We see in this game that yes, you can totally change the past, actually. If you fail the second part of the Sisters of Fate fight, we get an alternative cutscene that shows Ares killing us, which in turn kills us too. Athena gets killed by us here, but in the past, before we actually do this, we talk to her via a statue, so that is changed too.
Kratos, you know not what you do. There are things far more important than your revenge.
And don't you dare bring up God of War 3, her being a ghost, and oh, maybe she's talking to us as a ghost to the statue, because that's his cope. Also not how I analyze things. And then the biggest problem is Gaia herself. She is talking to Kratos from somewhere. She says that she is ever present. This might make you think that she's talking to us from whenever in time, and that she is maybe above the concept of time itself, right? Well, when we go to the past, she is there, and she's all like,
"We have been expecting you, Ghost of Sparta."
This sounds more like she knew that we were supposed to show up, but how? Did she see her own future somehow? Is it less Dr. Manhattan, it is 1984, I am climbing up Olympus. It is 1965, Zeus is betraying me. It is 1945, I help an abandoned child, knowing that he will betray me one day. It is 1970, I'm talking to Kratos, and simply more like, she can kind of tell her past self stuff in a vague manner? Can she just see the future or something? The point is, we took her with us to the future. We had to explain to her what the future looked like when we first got there. So this means that this is not the same person we've been talking to throughout the whole game, more or less. So where is she? Where is OG Gaia after this? How does Gaia talk to Kratos here and revive us if she is gone from the timeline? Does she do it in the future? Does Kratos bringing her from the past into the future allow him to not die? That would be a cool idea. Unfortunately, the game never explicitly says this, so it just leads me to believe that the writers themselves just didn't think about this. It would make sense that we would go into the past and bring her to the future, and that then she would be the person that we were talking to. However, that's just like a fan cope theory. Like, there's no way the writers actually thought of that, because if they did, they would explicitly say so. It would have made so much more sense to take everybody but her from the past, and then simply go and get the present version of her to come to Olympus with us. But then that still wouldn't explain why she knew we were gonna show up, even though this is the first time we met, and she has... yeah. Why does she know? Is she Dr. Manhattan, but like a shitty version of it? She like can kind of see 1970, but it's like blurry, but she can't see her Kratos killing her or Zeus betraying. I don't know, it's fucking stupid. It would have made a lot more sense for Kratos to show up right after he blacks out here, have this tackle happen right after he dies so his past self doesn't see his future self. As it stands, we can only imagine the horror and confusion that this guy went through before he died. Also, what happened to this guy? Is his soul in Hades? Does his soul get fused with us when we die in 3? Is that why we're technically only like kind of dead? Only mostly dead in 3 because we had a backup soul from this guy? That's not what happened. Nobody's, no theory channel run with that theory. That's stupid. Back to what I was saying though, this would mean that all the people that Zeus killed here would still be dead. And we would retroactively know that Zeus destroying Sparta was payback not just because Zeus is a dick, but because Kratos comes back from the future and attacking him made him destroy it. In trying to prevent its destruction, he made it so Zeus went after it. He even tells them that he won't let destroy Sparta. This could have been him putting the idea in Zeus's head in the first place. And that could technically still be a thing if we want to imagine that Zeus went to Sparta after leaving the battle and not just directly to Olympus, which there's nothing that would say that couldn't happen, but there's nothing that says that it did happen, and it probably didn't. My point is that there could have been a way in which the story could have conveyed the idea that the past is set in stone and that there is nothing you can do about it, while also doing what the first game did in being a modern version of a traditional Greek myth, playing around with the ideas of old. In trying to change the past, we simply caused it to happen. Both Zeus and Kratos doing this. Now, there is yet another big thing that the game never addresses, and it really should have. It is a massive writing mistake that they didn't. Not because of any logical inconsistency, or because why didn't Kratos just go back and kill Zeus as a baby type shit. Because it shows that they did not understand Kratos from the first game. Some people will defend this mistake by saying that he was just too blinded by revenge to even consider this as an option. But the fact that this game, nor the next game, and as far as I'm aware, none of the new games ever directly address this, I have to conclude that it was the writers that were too blinded by Kratos' bloodlust that they perceive him to have. Kratos has a time machine. He can change the past. The past. He can change what happened before. Can you think of anything that he might want to have changed from his past? His past. His past that haunts him. The reason why he's doing what he is doing at the start of the game. You know, that small defining character moment he had. That small defining character moment that this game really only acknowledges in the intro and pretty much never after that. That small defining character moment that he spent 10 fucking years trying to atone for, every night remembering it, even in death, the memories still haunt him. Wanna take a wild guess what it could be? Anyone?
It seems really basic and really simple, but quite honestly, Kratos gets everything he wants save for the fact that he doesn't get those horrible memories of killing his family out of his head.
No, Corey, that is it. That is what he wants. That is his primary motivation. That is his modus operandi. It's what he spent 10 years trying to do. This is why when people say that God of War 1 is about revenge, I could not disagree more. Because this game is where that character trait got solidified. Despite what the advertising in the back of the box might say, Kratos was not driven by revenge, but he is here. That is a fine concept, and I totally buy it given all the information we have. I saw the intro, I saw what Zeus did, he is not a good dad, but do not insult me by telling me that Kratos was just too revenge hungry, that he didn't realize that he had a fucking time machine on his hands, that seemingly has no limitations, that can actually change the past, and he never thought to stop himself from killing his family? Give me a break! The only explanation that anybody can give without just saying that the writer simply messed up is to say that Kratos was too focused on revenge that he never even thought about anything else. As I just demonstrated, there is no way in hell, Hades, or anywhere else that he wouldn't have, given the history of the character, especially when he still has the wherewithal to acknowledge that killing Athena was a bad thing, and that he has no desire to go after Olympus. It is not until he is told that the gods will side with Zeus that he goes into the God of War 3 fuck it mode. This is a change in the character, a shift in the dynamic of his motivation. Zeus wronged him and he was seeking revenge, not wanting to harm others, but now he's kind of like, well, they're all kind of dicks anyway, so who cares? But that is different from what he was previously. It makes sense logically, and with everything we've seen in this game and the previous one connected, we don't even need to acknowledge the prequel games to make this make sense, but you have to acknowledge that this is a change from something to something else. Not that he always hated the gods from way even before the first game, because that is stupid and contrary to what we see in this game. But going back to the family thing though, why didn't the writers acknowledge this in some way? I believe that they might have been blinded by what they wanted to write. It seems like the fight against Zeus was an idea that they had all the way back from the first game, so the character was going to be led to this no matter what. They could have legitimately not even thought of the idea because they were so locked in on what they wanted to do for this game and the setup for 3. The thing is though, you could have totally done both things. You could have had Kratos go back to fight Zeus. You can also at least have him try to stop his family from dying, just not being able to do so for some reason. Originally I was going to present a rewrite of the story that would fix all this, not just this, but also the lack of important stuff that happens in between the two major moments in the story, you know, to give the in-between like some relevance. But this video is really long and it really just kind of slowed the section down, so I axed it. So I'll just mention the important bit with his family. This should have actually been his wife talking to him here, not just Gaia pretending to be her. It should have actually been the spirit of his wife. This moment would have inspired him to change his goals from getting revenge on Zeus to saving his family. But ultimately, he would be locked out of doing so because in the battle with Clotho, she would have destroyed the Spindles of Faith either intentionally or by accident, locking Kratos out of most of time. Furious at the fact that he was so close to getting what he actually wanted, he decides to take his rage out on Zeus, Gaia fueling his vengeful rage at this point. Additionally, I would have had Kratos travel back a few hours before this moment to before Zeus even betrays him unknowingly. He would then attack Zeus, yet failing in his assault, having to retreat back to the future. Zeus would then realize that Kratos was from the future, and that one day he will betray him. Deciding to prevent the whole thing from happening, he then betrays Kratos. which would have added a little more meaning to this line.
Why would you betray me?
It is you who would betray me.
This way, they are both responsible for their demises by trying to stop it in a violent manner, playing on the classic Greek myth theme, but with a modern twist to it. Also playing with the idea that you can't change the past, but you can change the future by making better decisions, not by time traveling. That last bit made more sense with the whole rewrite, but yeah, we're not getting into it. My point is that the writers did drop the ball here, not just because, oh my god, there's two Kratos in the same timeline, although that is pretty bad, but because it shows that they didn't pay attention to the first game. Regardless though, I would still have this confrontation happen all the same, including the conclusion. I haven't even talked about this part really, so let's do that. Kratos accidentally kills Athena and regrets it. I have always viewed this as evidence that he hasn't at this point turned into a monster as he is in 3. Now that is still the case, but recently I watched a video that questioned why Kratos would care about Athena, and that's a fair question, I think. If anything, he should hate her the most because she was the one he was dealing with for all those years, and she was the one, even if it wasn't her decision to make, that told him that he wasn't getting what he wanted after 10 years of servitude. So why does he care? Another good question that arises is, why does Athena care about Kratos? He was just some guy that she commanded, but when he is a god, it seems like she is the one vouching for him. So, what gives? Were they fucking? Is that what happened? Is this not the first time that Kratos impales her with his massive sword? Did he go after her box after getting Pandora's? Did Athena watch Kratos plow women for 10 years and then go, hey, that looks kind of fun, I want to try that? I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. Ugh. I don't want to say it's so stupid. I wish I could just text to speech it. Did they start off fucking just for the sake of it, but over time they developed romantic feelings for one another, but are both too scared to admit it? I don't actually think that's the case, and oh boy, that line was hard to read. It was way easier to write it than actually say it out loud. Oh, that was cringe. But yeah, I don't think that's actually the case, nor that Santa Monica was trying to convey this at any point. But the more I think about it, the more it kind of makes sense. This was just supposed to be a quick one-off gag that I thought of one day for the review, but it fits really well.
You cannot do this, Kratos!
You dare stand against me, Athena?
I do not wish to fight you, Kratos, but I will defend Olympus!
Kratos is like, bitch, you're doing this to me after all we've been through? And she's like, I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Look at this. These two are totally fucking. Again, I don't actually believe that, but I'm gonna keep saying it because it's funny, and because I'm sure it makes somebody really, really mad. And if any of you Greek mythology nerds comes at me with the, Athena's a virgin god, she doesn't desire sex. Dude, there are plenty of things in this series that don't align with actual Greek mythology. That is not a good reason to say that these two weren't QTEing each other on the reg. Oh my god, that's why he did it in the middle of the battlefield. He thought that Athena betrayed him, and he was trying to get back at her. It actually makes sense. That makes this make sense. Because otherwise, it's just weird that we're doing this in the middle of a battle that doesn't really track. But now, it's a revenge fucking. The more I think about this, the more it fits and I hate it. In reality, they probably got along on Olympus the most because of their 10-year relationship they had when he was immortal. I could imagine them going on an adventure together as gods at some point that we just don't see that solidified their friendship, even if it still is an uneasy one. Santa Monica, you could totally make another prequel game that takes place between Ghosts of Sparta and this game, and have us go on a cool ass adventure with Athena where you actually get to use her. She is a costume in this game, and that really made me want a game where these two are buddying it up. You don't even have to make them canonically fuck, you could just imply it and I'd be happy. Jokes aside, I really do want that game though. Make it in the old style, have it be a 12-ish hour game that people actually want to replay, and give us Athena as a playable character the same way DMC lets us play as other characters. Jokes aside, the point is that these two characters actually care about one another's well-being, and it's sad to see that Kratos killed her on accident. He killed yet another woman he loved, so tragic. Okay, no more, it fits too well, no, we're not doing that. Anyways, we learn here that Zeus is our father, and Kratos rejects that notion. This is an inversion on the reconciliation with the father motif that happens in a lot of stories. In other words, Kratos is leaving Geppetto's ass in the whale. The final moment of us climbing Mount Olympus is a great way of ending the game. It gets us excited for the next game and raises the stakes in a fantastic manner. This is probably the best cliffhanger ending on the 6th generation of consoles. I remember when I first saw this ending. It was before the third game was out, and I was hooked. This made me a God of War fan. A lot of things in this game made me a God of War fan, and a lot of those things were related to the story. However, as I have demonstrated, this is an overall downgrade in storytelling from the last. The start and ending are great, everything in the middle is nothing. And although I would have preferred a game that's lesson is that you cannot change the past and that you cannot live in it, that you have to focus on the future, that's not what this game is trying to say. So, what is this game trying to say? Well, going back to the interview in 2010 where we got this fantastic answer out of David Jaffe, Cory Barlog gives his own answer.
God of War is about a guy who, God of War 1, is about a guy who puts everything aside for his ambition for work. And he loses his wife, and he loses his kid. And, you know, that's all I need to say about that, so.
I don't even want to follow up with anything now.
I don't mean to be sad. I mean,
you couldn't have waited till last.
It's about putting your work ahead of your spirit. I mean, that's what that's what it was about for me.
So I guess killing people solves problems is not really going to go over so well.
No.
You're the one who went grander and bigger. It totally can be.
Right, yeah. No, I did learn something from Kratos, actually. Tell me. What you want, you should just take it. It seems really basic and really simple, but quite honestly, Kratos gets everything he wants, save for the fact that he doesn't get those horrible memories of killing his family out of his head, which was a great little whoop, pull the football away. But I really do believe, like, there is a lot to be learned from that. Of, you know what, if you want something, be consequences. Be this sort of pessimistic thinking that you could talk yourself out of it and just do it. Because if you don't do it, you won't do it.
To be fair to him, he could be talking about the series as a whole, or he could be taking 2 and 3 into account in his answer. However, this is a terrible lesson to learn. Do not damn the consequences. Don't just take what you want no matter what. That is what Ares wanted us to do. It is the antithesis to the message of the first game. There are things not worth destroying to get what you want. In the context of just this game, it ends up getting a lot of people killed, including Athena, our Spartan army, and possibly all of Sparta. And if we take the next game into consideration, things only get exponentially worse. The very ending of that game shows us that the consequences absolutely matter, both because of what they end up being, but also they matter to Kratos. The fact that this was Cory's answer is very telling. So when I say that Santa Monica didn't understand the character they had on their hands, I mean it, and I'm right. I had a lot of fun talking about this story, way more than I thought I would have given the lackluster nature of the middle section of the game. I just want to emphasize that what does relate to Kratos in this story is still pretty good. It would have been even better with a few changes like I mentioned, but it's not all bad. The intro feels like a logical continuation of the events of the first game. I disagree with people that say it just kind of comes out of nowhere, but no, it completely makes sense. And this ending section feels like a pretty logical conclusion to a story where both sides make mistakes and are blinded to the other's perspective. And it leads beautifully into the next game. The middle section is where Cory dropped the balls, his words not mine, and where the biggest failure to understand Kratos as a character occurs. If you guys didn't like my analysis of this game's story, then you're going to absolutely loathe my analysis of 3. All in good time. Beating the game on any difficulty will unlock the Challenge of the Titans. Last time I theory crafted a way to make the Challenge of the Gods actually canon to the series, but here the only thing I could think of is that the Titans wouldn't let Kratos lead them into battle until they knew what he was made of, so they arranged these challenges to see if he was worthy, and then they went on to invade Olympus after. I mean, they do have a time machine, so the time really isn't that much of a factor, but this is definitely much more of a stretch than it was last time. For starters, this challenge mode is a lot more approachable simply because it's no longer a gauntlet. You can come and go as you please, not having to start the whole thing over again if you want to quit at some point. You're also ranked after every mission, which just gives this a lot more replay value than before. The challenges themselves are also a lot less irritating. We never have to deal with levels of stupid like before. Everything about this really is just better than it was before. The first one is just ripping the eye out of a Cyclops before time runs out. It's extremely simple. The second is killing 10 enemies in the air. A bit harder than it might sound, but not impossible. The third is stoning 25 enemies and shattering them. The twist being that we don't actually have any magic, so we can't rely on our Gorgon head. Instead, we have to use the Gorgons themselves to do this. This was the one that my dad and I got stuck as when I was a kid because we didn't know about false grabbing the Gorgons, so we were literally just waiting for them to attack us. The fourth is protecting the translator by moving him to these circles where his health won't be drained in and fighting off the enemies that are attacking him. This is probably the first one that is hard, technically, I would say. The fifth one is the whole reason why they gave the Blade of Olympus Divine Sacrifice, since all it does is absorb red orbs from enemies. And here you need to get 500 red orbs to beat the challenge, which can be done extremely easy with this attack. However, if you upgrade the blade inside the challenge itself, you will be deducted the amount of orbs you use to upgrade it, so make sure you do that before actually going into this mission. The second to last mission is my least favorite one, just because of how long it takes. So all of these challenges seem to be locked to the normal difficulty, which makes sense, I guess. As a consequence, you can beat enemies pretty easily. This challenge, however, even on the lower difficulty where enemies die really quickly in comparison to very hard, is still it takes forever because of how the enemies spawn in and how many enemies spawn in. They spawn in waves, so if you're on the last enemy, the next wave won't start to spawn in until you kill that guy, and there's a lot more enemies than really there should be. Yeah, your health is supposedly draining in this section, but I barely noticed it was draining. It might as well not even be draining at all. I really wish there was like a timer or something instead of it working this way, or just give us all the enemies at once. Don't split them into waves, because there really is no reason to do that whatsoever. Does it make it harder? Does it make it more organized? It's just makes me think that I'm towards the end when I'm not yet, and it's annoying. Also, just speaking generally, the spawning of the enemies in these challenges seems to be a lot more in line like how it worked in God of War 1, where it was kind of inconsistent or slow-ish. You know what I'm saying? You guys remember my first review? Have you not seen my first review? If you've gotten this deep into this review and you haven't seen the first one, why? But yeah, it does feel very reminiscent to that kind of spawning in, like just not as snappy as it was in the main game here. I don't like this challenge at all. It's not challenging, it just wastes my time, and it's not fun at all. Last one here though is the Oko. Okay, not really. But I mean, it is that though. You're supposed to take out all these enemies without getting hit. Not as hard as it might sound though. If I'm remembering correctly, there was something like this in the last game challenge mode. Here though, it is a lot harder because of the enemy layout. However, since this is on the normal difficulty, you can destroy this big guy in one cycle. The cursed remains aren't that hard to take out. They might surprise you here and there, but they're the first enemy, so it's not that big of a deal if you lose to them. And as for the rest of them, they can just be grabbed to death. The biggest scare here is the Beast Lords running at you. You bastard! I didn't see him there. That sucked. Shouldn't be that hard. No, you... Don't do that. Actually, do that? Once you beat them all, you are given a rank on your overall performance, and that will determine what rewards you unlock. Mortal and Spartan will get you these urns for bonus play. God will get you the God armor for bonus play, thank God, Yeshua. And Titan will get you the Arena of the Fates. Basically the thing you really want from this, because the arena is pretty cool. I really wish the first game had an arena, because it's just fun. It's just fun to practice and test stuff out. It made writing this review real easy. Santa Monica, put that in the motherfucking remaster that is totally happening. Speaking of bonus play, there's a whole bunch of new costumes this time around. Though, unlike last time, the New Game Plus is not just starting the game over with a cool costume that you can't use on very hard. Here it is a genuine New Game Plus, though really you don't really want to play the game on New Game Plus because the game really isn't built for New Game Plus. It's really built for you starting from nothing and building up as you go along. The game doesn't do anything to make it harder on bonus play. It's actually quite the opposite. So you're going to get the most enjoyment out of it if you play from scratch. But if you just want to mess around and, you know, just have fun, then yeah, bonus play is for you. It isn't nearly as engaging though, I will say that. I mean, I did have fun, but it wasn't the same kind of fun as just normal play. Personally, I would have liked to have both options, you know, starting over with a costume though, and, you know, the normal New Game Plus that we actually got in the game. It's a shame that we didn't have that as an option. However, recently, Wolf29K has made the save editor in which you can basically do that. You can set up the save however you want, and you can start from nothing, but also have a costume, I think. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure you can do that. Very cool resource. Go check it out. If I forget to put it in the description, then just look up save editor for God of War. Yeah. Anyways, these costumes are all very cool. We actually get one that's called Dark Odyssey, which is a reference to the first game's original name, which is pretty cool. We have the original design for Hercules before 3, which I really like the other one way better. This one kind of looks just like whatever. The only really silly one we have this time around is God of War, which I love. I love this thing. Oh, and we also have Kratos before he killed his family. General Kratos. General.
Once a captain in the Spartan army. Captain in the Spartan army.
Yeah, so this is where they retconned it from captain to general. Those two ranks are different ranks. They are distinct. And I don't think that they were implying that at one point he was a captain and at a different point he was a general. I think they just either forgot or they thought that calling him Captain Kratos made him sound too pirate-like. I think that Captain Cuba pulls the name off just fine, so I don't see why Kratos couldn't do it himself. But I will admit that Captain Kratos does it does a little sound, you know, a little pirate-like for some reason. The urns that we collect are basically cheats that you can activate in New Game Plus that will give you stuff like infinite magic, infinite rage mode, switching out Kronos Rage for Poseidon's Rage, stuff like that. I did a few runs on New Game Plus that I didn't actually finish because I got bored, because I never actually done that. Like I mentioned before, it was fun. It was a different kind of fun. It was not as captivating as the normal game was. It's also how I actually got to use the Blade of Olympus, and man, the Blade of Olympus really sucks for the first phase of Perseus. Like, the hammer just completely annihilates him, and the blade is just kind of like, is this not? The Titans are a bunch of bitches, man. How does this thing kill them? God of War 2 is an excellent game, and the perfect send-off for the PlayStation 2. If you do not start off with the first game, it was most likely this one. This game was my introduction to the series, and it wowed me in so many ways. The spectacle, the story, the gameplay, and it has continued to wow me as I have found myself learning all these new things about it over the last 2 years. It is a game that some might say is simply more of the same but better, but I think that's a bit dismissive of both games. It is indeed more in most aspects, but not all. Graphics, soundtrack, bosses, enemy variety, spectacle, secondary weapons, difficulty. All of these things were improved from the last game. God of War 2 is just a better made game from a production standpoint. They had the experience from the first game under their belt and were able to iron out a lot of these small problems from the first, like the terrible auto-lock. But it has a much sloppier story. Some minor things like not being able to redirect the ground-to-air grab have big implications. And overall, it is hard to say that this is an objectively better game than the first. And I don't say that because I think that it's all just opinions, man. Again, from a production standpoint, this game kicks the first one's ass. But that is not all that matters in a game. There is this saying in Spanish, unas por otras, which translates to some things for other things, meaning that if you gain something, you will lose another. Consistency in enemy encounters, fluidity in movement, a more open system. These are things that the first game has over this one. God of War feels more like Bruce Lee, whereas this game feels more like Iron Mike Tyson. Both are strong, but one is fucking Mike Tyson. However, I would much rather watch a kung fu movie with Bruce Lee in it over Mike. Both are great, but for different reasons. It is hard to make a game both just as good, if not better than the last, but also not make the last one obsolete. But Santa Monica managed to do so even if they weren't trying. I can understand when people prefer one over the other in either direction. The first Extreme Gameplays video I ever saw was this one, and I remember saying out loud when I saw the thumbnail, "Come on man, that's such a clickbaity title, nobody actually thinks this." I clicked on the video anyways, and I'm glad that I did. A little over 2 years after seeing that video, and I found myself thinking that I agree, that maybe the first game had it a bit over the second. That's a position that Zesty himself has moved to, and I have always been more attracted to the setting of the first game even before I played it for myself, so I just thought that I would follow suit. But then I played this game again and I absolutely fell in love with the hammer. Tricking feels a lot better here. Special attacks are a lot more useful and they never got me killed except for that one time. But I might just be thinking this because I'm playing it now. If I were to play the first game again, I might then say, no, this one is actually better. It might simply be a recency bias thing. So, which one is my favorite? The answer is both. I like both equally for different reasons that I won't go over again. I'm pretty sure you can figure it out by watching this video. However, God of War 2 is a much easier game to get back into. I haven't played either of these games in about a year, but I was able to get the hang of 2 in little to no time. The first game, on the other hand, felt less polished, less refined. Again though, back when I did my first review, it never felt like that for me. So it might just be harder to get back into it, but once you're there, it could in theory be a better time than the second game is. I guess this means that my answer is the collection for the PlayStation 3. This has been an incredible project to work on, even more so than the first game I think, because it's a lot longer. Well, not a lot, but it's longer. Again, I have to thank Mr. Zestis himself, because most of the combat stuff I've learned from him. So anything that I got wrong was his fault. Definitely, and he would agree. He has a very, very good and in-depth combat guide for the trilogy. Highly recommend it. I am planning to release this video on the 17th of March, as that is my birthday, and it's only a few days away from the 20th anniversary, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit that deadline. Hopefully, by the time that this is premiering, we are only a few days away from getting the remasters that we really want to happen. If not though, and if we just get like a tweet and a 10% discount off of Ragnarok or something, well, at least we'll have this video to enjoy, I guess. If it doesn't happen this year, I'm basically giving up hope that it will ever happen. At least not for like another 5 years. Maybe PS6? I know that's very cynical of me to say, but it might be true. The real tragedy of not getting the remasters is not that we won't be able to get them, as I can play these games whenever I want, as you have seen throughout this video, but it's the fact that new people can't. I have a buddy, Angry Canadian, that was interested in the first game because of my review, which I am very proud of, but he has no way of playing those games, so he hasn't. He could buy the third game at least, but I'm pretty sure he wants to start at the beginning. It's a pretty big ask to tell new fans to go buy a 6th or 7th gen console just so they can play the first 2 games from the most popular and successful Western action franchise. In other words, there is no reason for these not being on modern consoles. Hopefully, this whole section just gets completely outdated in a few days and makes me look like a fool by even putting this in the video. Or better yet, I have to rewrite this section because we got something announced in February. We didn't. But yeah, my bet has always been on a stealth release for the 22nd. But yeah, as of now, we know that they're doing an art expo. And my guess, I hope, rather, is that the very last piece is of the remasters. Zesty had a similar thing when I mentioned it to him in one of the streams. He said that, no, it's going to be even better if all the pieces at the end get revealed. Like, no, this isn't old stuff that you haven't seen. This is all this new stuff you haven't seen because it's new. That'd be cool. But it might not happen. In terms of what's next, we have Chains of Olympus, a game that I have some history with. I have played it since my video on my original channel, and my feelings toward the story have only worsened since then. Guessing all those people that told me that I shouldn't talk about that game since I haven't actually played it feel really stupid right now. Or at least they would if they were watching this video. In terms of when I'll make that video, I'm not sure. Next review that I'm working at, no matter what, is either Onimusha or Wolfenstein 3D. And if I'm lucky enough, which I probably won't be, I've already started working on either of those videos. If this video somehow does really well, then I might make the Chains of Olympus video faster, but that does mean that like I'll make it this year as well, not like it will be next. So the thing is, this is a new channel that I made to get away from dead subs for my original channel. So if you're only interested in watching my God of War content, read the banner and don't subscribe. It just negatively affects my channel and it makes me want to quit from time to time. And if this channel fails this year, you're probably not ever going to get the God of War 3 video. So if you just want to watch my God of War content and nothing else, then I would recommend subbing to my first channel, the IJP Mexican, or following me on Twitter, as I will always post about new videos that I am releasing. So you can just follow me and wait for me to mention new God of War content and then watch it when it's out. Of course, if I have convinced you to sub because you like how I review things regardless of what they are, then that's great. Hell yeah, I love it. I have a review of the first game in case you couldn't tell by all the times that I mentioned it. It's actually not on this channel, it's on the first one, but you can find it in the review playlist. That's where all the good reviews are. I did a review on Soul Reaver earlier this year, you probably could also tell. Yeah, God of War fans are definitely gonna hate that video now. I have a Minecraft review that you won't want to watch because nobody did. I'm trying to review games that have some synergy this year to see if that helps with the views. So, Onimusha inspired God of War, so did Ico. Shadow of the Colossus is its sequel. Onimusha also inspired DMC, and is basically Resident Evil with samurais. The first DMC game has a very heavy Matrix inspiration at the beginning, so I guess I could review Path of Neo too. And a lot of these games have influences from Zelda, so I could take that route as well, which would open up a path to good old Mario. It just depends on how things play out. Man, this was a long video. Alright, so this was the last thing. This is the last thing that I'm recording for this video. Actually, that's not even true because I missed some of the... Why is my camera freaking out? Actually, that's not even true because I missed some of the script by accident, so I have to, after this, I have to record that. This is going to be the last video, God of War or any big project where I give myself a deadline. Every big project from now on is going to be just as it comes at me, like whenever it's ready, and I'm not going to prioritize it either. It's going to be, I'm going to prioritize faster videos I can put out because it's been like a month and I haven't done anything, haven't put anything on the channel, and I'm kind of burnt out. Like I don't want to do this. I want to go to bed. It's 12 a.m. I want to go to bed, dude. I don't want to record this. I'm sick of reading. I'm sick of flubbing lines. My mouth is dry. I'm sick. I got freaking sick in the middle of this thing. And I think you can hear that in some of the recordings. I don't know. I didn't shave. I forgot to freaking shave, but who cares? Like, whatever. There's a siren outside. I'm done with deadlines. The only reason why I kept the deadline for this video is because it's the 20th anniversary in a few days. And I, managed to get it. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to finish this video by the deadline, but I was. I even took like a whole week off. Almost like 2 weeks off of not doing anything. So, yeah, we're good. I could have finished it earlier, but not really. Actually, it just dawned on me, this is not going to be the last thing I record for this video, because I still have some miscellaneous footage I need to record, because... But yeah, I did have fun, to be honest. I did have fun making this video throughout, but just that I'm at the end of it, and it's like... Bleh. I want to play Wolfenstein and make that video. I want to do other stuff. I want to play Doom. I want to play COD 4. I want to make that video that I've been wanting to make for like a year. So yeah, if this video does really good, I'm just going to keep doing what I want to do. I'm not going to change anything. All right, time for me to read the fucking end of the Zeus part of the script because I forgot to do it because I'm stupid. Well, that's the end of the script. Yeah, this was fun. All right. Thank you all for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. Peace out. Oh, I almost forgot. The air combo you did in the first game ended with you thrusting your blade forward. Here, though, it ends with a vertical slash that looks a lot better. Also, the tattoo is different. Why is it different? I wonder if anybody mentioned that in the comments before they reached this part. Maybe, because people like to mention that a lot. General?
General?
Suka la mink is the greatest thing anyone's ever said.
That is the best word of all time. Minky juice, suka la mink.
Suka la mink.
Is this not the first time that Kratos impales her with his massive sword? Hopefully, this whole section just gets completely outdated in a few days and makes me look like a fool by even putting this in the video. Or better yet, I have to rewrite this section because we got something announced in February. We didn't.
With our first look at gameplay coming later this year. Thanks for watching.